You're live.
Hey. Let's see, how do I share screen?
On the left-hand side, the green button.
Okay. Turn my jams down here. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. On the left-hand side, there's like a green screen.
Oh, and I have to click share. That would help. The box was sitting there asking me to do that.
Perfect.
All right. Would you suggest I start with something up or with my face? What will people be more likely to jump in on?
Well, they're watching you right now, so you're live and they're ready to go. So whatever you're ready to do.
All right. Huh. There we go. Oh, I don't want to do that full screen. All right. Good morning, everyone. Let me turn off my screen share here so you can see my face. Good morning. Can you see me, Cassie? Uh-oh, I can't hear you.
Yes, we can. She's muted. We
can
see
okay. You can see me. Okay, great. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a blast at EdChange Global. This is my first session here about class flow. So I'm very excited to show y'all. Today we're going to talk about a website that I train teachers on all the time. It's great. I love it. There's some really good tools you can use. So if you haven't heard of class flow before, you're going to get to be a student in this session. So I'll pull that screen up here. I'll give everyone some time to join my lesson. So for the first part of this session, you're just going to take on a student role. So I know you've got your video up right now. So if you want to open a second tab, make sure I am still sharing my screen. Okay. And I will know if some people can see that because they'll start to join my class. All right. I'm going to open the video chat over here so I can watch it in two places. Just giving everyone a moment to join my class. Hey, Jamie, you still here? Oh. I'm getting feedback.
Hey, Laura, what'd you say?
I was opening the video chat on another device so that I could see what y'all were seeing, but it gave me a lot of feedback. So I saw that you can see it.
I can see your screen with the join class.
Okay. There. Are you able to join and be my student?
Yep, I'm working on it.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure you could see it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cassie.
Yep.
All right, we've got one student connected there. So all your students have to do is they can get any internet accessible device and they can go to classflow.com/student. So they can do this on their phones, their tablets, a desktop, any device you have in your classroom. And we actually recommend that you have your students share devices because if they're all having their own device, first off, that's a lot of devices for you to manage. And secondly, you'll miss out on the collaboration, which is kind of what we're going to talk about here in this session, is you getting a chance to see, hear, really understand their thinking. And so we want to get them in groups sharing a device for that. So once they go to that site, they will click on Join Class. And you can see, since I've started my lesson, I have this code up here in the top right-hand corner. And so that is where I got this code from that my students type in. So as soon as you start your ClassFlow account and you start your lesson, you'll get a code. Something I love, oh, excuse me, early morning here, let me get a glass of water. All right, something I love is that my code stays the same all the time. So I don't have to remember a different code every day. It's something I could write up on my whiteboard in my classroom. My kids will always know that code. And then when you get to that third screen, you get to enter any name you want. So this is a place where you could tell your kids what they're going to type their name in as. You could say first name, last name, and if they're working in groups, they could even type in their group's name. So they get a little bit of freedom there, but if you have trouble with that, you can always contact me, and we can come up with some strategies of what you're going to do with your kids for that step. All right, we've got 2 people joined in here on my class, and I can tell that because right up here it says connected students. All right, if I want to see whose names are connected, I'll just show that real.
Hey, Laura, I think you're muted.
You haven't heard anything I've said.
No, there was just like a little bit for just a second. I heard everything else you said, but
Okay.
yeah, just go. I'm in your class. That's the last thing that I did.
Did you hear me talking about the devices and how to join the class?
Yes, I heard all that.
Okay. I was like, uh-oh.
It was just for like a couple seconds. That's all.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you for telling me before I continued.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we've got some folks. Oh, we've got 4 people. I'm very excited. All right. We got people joining. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the support. I really appreciate it. I got to be at headquarters last year, and that was amazing and exciting. So it's a little different sitting here by myself. So I appreciate the support, especially from headquarters, letting me know when they can hear me and all that good stuff. Okay, so I know you've got 2 tabs open right now, and for anyone out there who's like, this is a little confusing, she's talking on this tab, and then I've got ClassFlow going. If you want to just look at your ClassFlow tab for a minute, you probably have some pretty scenery scrolling on your screen. So all I have to do here is click on this icon that says send on my teacher screen, and then what's on my teacher screen went immediately to your student screen. So I love this feature because I can just give instructions out to kids. They don't have to try to squint and see the front of the room. It can be right there in front of them. All right, so I'm just showing off some of the features of ClassFlow here while a few people join in. And I did see we lost a few, so if you were on your phone or something like that, if your phone locks, it will kick you out of the class. So all you have to do is unlock your phone and refresh your page. So hopefully they'll find their way back to us. Okay, so just real quick, what is ClassFlow? It is an interactive lesson delivery system that increases the depth of student and teacher engagement by providing the collaborative use of classroom devices, digital curriculum, and assessments for learning. ClassFlow has components for teachers and students. All right, so ClassFlow has a lot of potential in your room. It's free, it's easy to use, but what I want to talk about today is making student thinking visible. So I'm going to get on there. Okay, we've got 4 people back with us. Just wanted you to see, I can see that the whole time. So as a teacher, if my students are trying to get on Snapchat while they're supposed to be on my lesson, it is going to knock this number down for me. So I can kind of keep an eye on that as a teacher. Okay, so I am going to send this card to you. And I'm actually going to send it to you as a poll because I want to make sure you can play that video. You know what, I'll just send it because we'll get to the poll in a second. So this is just some resources that I use to gather some information. If you want to know more about visible thinking, or I'm sorry, making thinking visible, here's some resources I would suggest you look at. So you can look at those later. That is just a quick little Powtoons video. So if you want to play it, it won't take long. And then you can jump right back on with us. I think the tricky thing, if you're sending out videos to kids to watch, is that it can open another tab for them sometimes, and you just got to teach them how to go through those tabs. So there is some teaching and classroom management ahead of time that you need to do here, but once you get them all figured out, it works really well. All right, so I want to see a little bit of your thinking this morning. So I'm going to send this out to you, and I'm going to start a poll. So this is another icon here in ClassFlow. And I've got these 8 different ways that I can take a poll. So I'm going to send you a creative card just so I can find out if anyone is using any of these visible thinking routines in their classroom. So on your student screen, wherever you've decided to be a student, maybe on your phone, maybe another tab on your laptop, I want you to circle any of these that you've used in your classroom. And if you haven't used any, you can just put a smiley face on your card, or you can just add something to that card and send it back to me. So this is a screenshot of some of the visible thinking routines. Basically, through my research of looking at this, it's just some strategies that you can teach your kids so that you can see their thinking and you can ask them the right questions. I know in my classroom a lot, it was them listening to me and how I thought through things instead of me giving them tools to think through things the way they wanted to think through them. So circle any of these you've ever heard of before, you've used them. If you haven't, you could just put a question mark on there and then just hit submit for me and send it back whenever you're done. So we'll just wait patiently for that. So as a teacher up here, I can see I have 4 pending responses. So right now this might be up on the big screen in my classroom, but my students on their individual screens, they're getting some tools. They're getting a pen, a text, a shape tool. And so I can watch this as a teacher and I can see how many responses I have. And I'm just going to double check that I'm not muted. Okay, looks like I'm good. Okay, so if I click on these 2 pending responses, all right, I can see that someone has used See, Think, Wonder in their classroom, and someone has used I used to think and now I think. Okay, so maybe in a little bit they can share some of those strategies. So someone just wrote, these are cool, and I love that, and they've used Chalk Talk. All right, so already right away, without me even talking to these folks or even being in the same room as them, I am getting, I think they're asking me to share the video link, which at the end of the session, I have a link to get this entire lesson. All you'll have to do is make a free ClassFlow account, and then you'll be able to get access to today's lesson. And then I will definitely talk with the ECG folks about how I can share every resource I used today. So yes, or you can just Twitter message me and I can get it all to you that way. Okay, so we're going to leave our results. Now, these did come in anonymously, but if I wanted to, I could click on Show Names and I can see who gave me those responses. So as a teacher, I have that choice. Keep it anonymous or send them in. And I can also see who's maybe still needing some think time, who is still working, and that's what's shown up here. Okay. I'm going to leave my responses and go back into my lesson. And from here, I can either pause that poll if we need to clarify something, or stop and practice one of these routines or whatever it is we need to do. And then I can ultimately stop that poll. Okay. All right, so let's see if anyone is had their morning coffee and is ready to play. So I am going to start a poll, and I'm going to do creative. And this was taken off of a standardized test. So I'm curious to see what everyone gets, and there is no right and wrong answer here. It is all about your thinking. I want to see how you process through this and what you come up with. So even if you think you have the right answer, if you could include something on that slide that tells me how you got that. So grab a family member, grab a friend, if you need to collaborate with someone, or you can just put a big old question mark on your card if you need some help from the teacher. And I'll actually be quiet here for a minute. I don't know, Cassie and Jamie, if you're still on, if people can unmute themselves and they want to ask a question, they can feel free to do that. So what parking spot number is the car parked in? All right, I heard some thinking there. Someone was talking it through, maybe. All right.
Sorry, that's Deborah. Laura, not you, Laura Collier. The other Laura that's watching says that she can't hear.
Oh, no.
Have you been able to hear any of it, Laura? I guess if you can't hear, I should be talking right now. That's kind of silly. I can hear you just fine. Dan, can you hear Laura?
Oh, here there's a chat. Maybe I can. Oh, man. Oh, hey, Laura.
I can hear. Sorry, Cassie. It took me a minute to respond, but yeah, I can hear.
Oh, thanks, Dan.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Dan. We were just checking, trying to figure out what we can do to get Laura to hear Laura.
Yeah, I think there were a couple Lauras on last night, too. I was like, hey. All right. Oh, we're getting some responses on our card here. All right. So it's a little hard to do class flow not being in a room with you guys because I'm not seeing what you're up to, what you're seeing on your screens. So obviously with my students, this would run a little differently. So I'd probably be walking around the room right now, making sure they're on task. And I would be listening to their thinking. I'd be asking them what strategy are they using. And this is exactly why I would not give them all their own device. I would want them in groups of 2 or 3 and then asking them questions. Why did you use that? How did you use that? And so ClassFlow provides that perfect tool because as you're seeing on your student screens, you have the tools to show your thinking. You could add shapes, you can add text, you can use the pen. So all the tools aren't in the teacher's hand and you aren't having to ask me, can I go get some manipulatives out of the cart? Can I go get a dry erase marker? You have it all there to show your thinking, and that is what I love about ClassFlow. So we only have one response, but I'm going to go ahead and look at it so y'all will see how this works. Oh, all right. It might be a good idea to add your code to your slides so that if we get kicked off, we can sign back in or new watchers will join as well. Awesome. Good thinking there. Okay, so I am going to, let's see, let's make sure we look at all the responses before we do anything because I don't want to lose. Oh no, we have an I don't know. Okay, and you will get that from your students. And so that is where you can go and try one of those thinking routines with them. Maybe get them, ask them, what do you know? What are you seeing? And then let them talk that through together. But I love that this person wrote that. So I'm actually not going to show their name. I'll keep it anonymous, but I might not know that if I didn't send this card out to them. I might have thought they were bored, they were uninterested, they weren't paying attention. But this gave me some information. It tells me they don't know, and that now I need to go check on them. So I taught 8th grade math. 8th graders, you know, sometimes they don't know and they're embarrassed. And so instead they might misbehave or they might, you know, push back a little bit, like this is dumb, I don't want to do it. But this gives me some tools to get something from them, and then I can go clarify. All right, so I am going to give you the answer in case you want to do this with your students. So if you're on your phone, it might be the easiest, but if you actually turned this picture upside down, let's see if I go into edit mode. So I'm going to stop that poll, and this will give me a chance to add my code also. If you turn
That's an evil trick, Laura. It's too early for this.
you turn it upside down, it all of a sudden becomes obvious that the answer is, anyone want to blurt it out?
87.
Woohoo, good job.
Were we able to flip it on the card?
I think I locked it. A little challenge, so that is a good suggestion. You might want to give your kids that tool because that is a great problem-solving strategy. Because if this was a standardized test, most likely they're doing this on a piece of paper, but there might be kids doing it on the computer. So yeah, once you flip it, it becomes really clear. But that was just a fun little game to get us awake this morning. So I'll actually just maybe put this card back up real quick. So if anyone's just joining us, this is the website we're on as a student, and this is the code that we're using. And I will just put that at the bottom of our next slide. So feel free to jump in with us. All right, we've got 5 students though, and I know they're excited for the next one. So I'm going to get that sent out to them. And what's nice is I actually can send this while keeping this, oops, not that one, this up on my screen. So my students who are already joined in, they're getting a fun card with lots of tools on it, and they're trying to figure out the value of those pieces of fruit, while anyone who's just joining is getting to see this card. So if you've got students coming in late, maybe there was an assembly that day and they're trickling in, you can leave this up on your big screen while the other kids are getting started. This worked well for me with teaching middle school because, that passing period, you've got the one who's there right on time, and then you've got the one who trickles in 5 minutes later. So you can leave the instructions up on the big screen while the rest of your kids are on their devices thinking, writing stuff down, explaining to you how they felt that day. There is a selfie tool, so feel free to take advantage of the camera. If you want to show me how you're feeling this morning, give us a quick peek into your world this morning. So I've got 6 students joined on. I'm excited about that. You guys are doing awesome. And I do have 6 pending responses. So as a teacher, this tells me I need to be walking around, checking on you, seeing how you're doing. Just make sure I'm not muted. I'm going to check my chat here. Oh yeah, it is being recorded. Oh, and thank you, Laura, for saying that you can see it and it's looking good. So for Laura, who I think she is, let's check if she's connected as a student. Okay, so we've got someone on the Hangout saying she can't hear me, so this isn't going to help if she can't hear me. But if she was to join as a student, she'd still be getting all these cards, and she still could be interacting. So I've got another one. Let's see if she was able to do that. Oh, I see a Laura. All right. So she's in there, and now she can play along with us. I mean, there's even potential with ClassFlow that, right now I'm at home and you guys are in a different location. So if I had to take a sick day or had to go to jury duty or some inconvenience where I had to be out of my classroom, I could potentially be running a ClassFlow lesson and seeing my students' results. Now, I would need a very diligent substitute in the room to make sure they are on task and doing what they're supposed to do. But as soon as these people are joining, which is what I love, so we've got 8 people in there now, they are getting the exact same cards you're getting. They should be getting a card with fruit on it. So if you're not, feel free to jump in the Google Hangout and tell me that you're not seeing that. All right, now I'm starting to get some responses. So as a teacher, I would probably go ahead and pull this up, because if I've got anyone who's stumped, this might give them an idea of what to do. Maybe they don't know which tools to use. Maybe they don't even know what I'm trying to ask them to do. All right, so you can see the difference already in students' thinking, and I love this feature about it. I can see that this student, probably very organized, likes things to be in the right place. They found the text tool, they typed it out very clearly. This student did a great job of getting me the solution, but I'm not really seeing their thinking. So what I love is that this card is still live. This student can still go back and show me their thinking. So now that they got a chance to see what this student did, it's easy for me to say, see, I can see their thinking. I'd like to see your thinking that same way. Where in the past, when in my teaching style, when maybe my kids are doing their warm-ups in a notebook, and I say, hey, I need to see your work. I'm a math teacher. I got to see that thinking. They didn't really know what I meant, because the teacher before maybe hadn't asked for it. They were okay with just getting the answer. But now I can use another student's work to demonstrate that. They can learn from each other. All right, this person chose to use the pen, so I love that we're getting a variety here. And I can see their thinking. They think the apples are worth 10, the bananas are worth 4, the coconut is worth 2. I'm giving them a total of 16. So let's compare that to our first student. It looks like they agreed. All right, and then this student, this is actually how I did it. So you and I think similarly. I wrote the numbers right over top of the fruits. You guys are really good at writing with the pen tool. I'm gonna guess you have like a stylist or something. Okay, so here is one of my favorite features. Okay, so this is actually, I think that's a 17. I don't know. It might just be some writing, and maybe we're trying to go fast there. So what I love is that I can now take this student's card, who is 100% anonymous. The only person who knows it's theirs is the person who did it. And I can click this plus sign, and this card is successfully added. So now it's added into my lesson. So now, if I go back, now I am going to stop the poll. I really wish I was sitting in a room with you, because I would check to make sure someone wasn't like just about to finish. Because if you stop this, it's going to take the work away from the students. So I'm sorry for anyone who's still working. I'm going to go ahead and stop it. And now what I want you to see is, because this student's card, you can see it's now part of my lesson. This wasn't here before. I can now click Start Poll, Creative, and send this out to my whole class, and you can share what you think maybe they did. So the correct answer is 16, and so you can show them how you got 16, and we can talk that through as a class and learn from each other. Nobody had to get up in front of the room. Nobody's name even had to be called out on how they did that. So I'm just going to pull this screen up real quick in case anyone new is joining our Google Hangout. All right, just checking. So feel free to mark up on that card if you want, just so you'll believe me. You can actually change another student's work. But I think that is the most powerful part of ClassFlow, is that students' thinking and students' work is becoming a part of the content for that day. It's not about the teacher making a really cool slideshow and the kids watching it. I mean, yeah, that's fun. We all enjoy it. But the kids want to make. The kids want to see their work getting portrayed. So I'm going to move along a little bit here, because I want you guys to get into your ClassFlow accounts. Okay, so I'll just show another little card here I can send out. I mean, this card could be used for all kinds of things. I could ask you to put a star, any states maybe that you've lived in, states you've visited. You could circle the state that you want to research for the day. I know my history teachers could think of a million things here I couldn't think of, you know, different mountain ranges or, you know, the trails they took when traveling out west, the gold rush, all that fun stuff. So just simply putting a map on a card just opens up this huge possibility of creativity. So just some other ideas here I had. You could send this out to different tables, different groups, let them do some research, and then put stuff back on the card here. So what I love is that you're already online, so you can easily open another tab, do a Google search, get what it is you need, and then upload that as long as I send it to you as a creative poll. So I'm going to go here real quick just in case any of my friends can't hear me or like, okay, this is great, Laura. How do I get one of these? So you can make a 100% free ClassFlow account. You're just going to visit classflow.com and you're going to click on create an account. And you're going to put in your information and then you're going to be ready to go. I would encourage you, if you get started and you get a little stuck, to look on YouTube. YouTube's a great place to get ClassFlow resources. You can contact me directly. You can, you know, Twitter message me or whatever you need to do. Cassie is actually on this call also, or on this video chat, sorry. And she trains on ClassFlow as well. So if you already know her, you can reach out to her. And then if you want to get today's lesson, here is the bit.ly for it. But you're going to need to have a ClassFlow account since I made this lesson in ClassFlow. So I'm going to jump back over here. And I'm going to stop my screen sharing. And let y'all see me. Can y'all let me know if you can see me? Because I thought I would see myself on the screen, but I am not. Ah, now I see me. So just want to take a moment to maybe open up the chat here, see if anyone's having any questions about how to use ClassFlow. Is there any part of ClassFlow you want me to demonstrate? How it works, what it can do. You know what, I'm going to send out a poll even through ClassFlow. So I'm going to add a blank card in, and I am going to do a word seed. So you're probably getting a blank screen right now. And I'm actually going to go back to screen sharing because that makes the most sense for this session. So people can join in on my ClassFlow lesson. All right, so I'd love for you to tell me what questions you have. What are you liking about this? I sent out a ClassFlow poll to you. It's called a word seed poll. And on that poll, you can type a response, press enter, and then type another response. All right. So go ahead and type for me something you like that you saw or a question that you still have. Anything you want to know about ClassFlow. So I just sent that out to Heidi and Kim and Susan and Kathy. And oh, your name looks beautiful and I do not want to mispronounce it. So maybe I'll let you say your name there. And we've got Cassie on there too. All right, so we're getting some responses on things they love or things, questions they still have. Oh, someone says they can't wait for the update to come out, and that's Cassie. I wondered who knew about that. So August 18th, not great timing for when school starts, but our website is going to update. You're going to see a bunch of new features, and they're all going to make ClassFlow better. So you're going to love them. It's going to be great, but I would encourage you to get on around that time and maybe that next weekend and do some research before, you know, you pull it up in front of your students and you're like, whoa, this all looks different. So not everything's going to change. You'll still have polling. You're still going to be able to send stuff to students. We're just going to make some things have less clicks because that's what teachers want, less clicks. Okay, thank you so much. Could you share your connections for Twitter and Instagram? Yes. So my Twitter handle is right down here at the bottom, at Laura TX Rose. So feel free to contact me there. Oh, how do I get started with ClassFlow? Okay, so you're going to need to go to classflow.com and make a free account. All right. This looks like a great tool. I had never heard of it before today. Thanks. All right. Well, I'm glad you're learning about it. Thank you so much for jumping on. It is an awesome tool. It's super easy, and it gets kids sharing their thinking. So easy, so quick. It'll be just natural for your students to join with a code and to start using the tool. So if you're hesitant about your students figuring it out, do not worry. They'll get it. And if you need any support, our ClassFlow team is incredibly supportive. And I'll show you in just a second how you can get a hold of them. Right, resources that are already made. So ClassFlow does have a Twitter page, so you just follow at ClassFlow. Or you can jump on YouTube, even on ClassFlow. So now that we've had 2 people ask about it, I'm going to come back to these in a second. When I'm on ClassFlow, there's always a question mark up here in the corner where I can get video help. All right, and then if I need more support, I will show you when I'm on my home page. I can actually get support. I can live chat with the ClassFlow team. Uh-oh, I'm worried we lost our results there. Okay. Is ClassFlow free? No, it's 100% free. We have a marketplace where you actually can sell your lessons and find stuff there. So we have an opportunity for teachers to make a little money, but I would say 95% of the stuff on there is free. How many students can join at once in a class? There is no limit to the number of students who can join. So whoever you give out that code, so my code is up here in the right-hand corner. Whoever I give these steps to and this code, they are able to join my lesson. All right, and let's go back and see. There was one more. Oh, thank you for sharing. Of course, thank you for joining. You guys were awesome. So I'm going to show off a few more of the features on the actual site. So we are going to have to leave our lesson here because I'm going to go to my home page, but you guys will still be with me through the Google Hangout there. Okay, so I'm going to exit, and I'm going to not save that. And I'm going to click here on my home page. So this is my home page, and I've already got an account, so it's got my name there for me. And this is what I wanted to show you. Now that I'm not in a lesson, I can start a new conversation. Let me just check something real quick. Okay. And I can chat here with this team, Wendy, Jonas, and Cassandra. They're going to be back on Monday. They do get a break for the weekend. But normally right there it says like 5 minutes. They'll respond to me back in 5 minutes. So all I have to do is type a question. So how do I start a lesson? I hit send, and if this was one of the days they're working, so Monday through Friday, they would respond back to me within 5 minutes with resources, answers to any of my questions. So I'm not going to send that one to them because I know they've got a lot on their plates, but you can see I have had many conversations with them. Right? They are always there to help me whenever I get stuck. So I've got that feature right there. And then the other thing I was talking about was our marketplace. So if you're seeing this for the first time and you're like, oh, this is cool, but I don't really know how to get started or what I should make, you can go to the marketplace and you can filter by what subject do you teach. You can pick a few grades that you teach. You can choose what type of file you're looking for. So I'm actually going to take a moment here to show off our simulators while I've got some folks watching here. These simulations. If I go up here, these are great for our math and science teachers. They're like experiments and things I can do digitally. So, you know, maybe I can't buy these tools for every kid, but every kid can have this on their phone, on their laptop, on their Chromebook, and they can just play along right here. So I'm going to let this one load. So you see we are pairing up with FET to get all of their educational content. So that's just loading for a second. Whoa, stop sharing. Okay, let me just check the chat real quick, make sure there's nothing. Oh, Cassie's typing away. All right, just checking. Share screen. Oh, all right, well, maybe my internet connection is done for the morning. All right, so let's see, what else would I show someone in ClassFlow? You can add classes in here. This is probably going to be the biggest change on our August update. Those of you who are using Google Classroom, this is going to appear more and more like Google Classroom. So I'm going to be able to create a class and have a class feed where I can post assignments, videos, things we did that day in class, and my students can come back here and look through that feed. So that is one of the newest features we're going to have. And I'm going to go ahead and pull my lesson back up. I'm going to deliver that lesson so I can give you guys that slide so you can get today's information. All right, thank you guys so much for jumping on here. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. Something else I love is I left that lesson. I was clicking around other places. I came back and those 4 students are still connected. It doesn't disconnect their device. So especially if you're teaching those younger grades and you don't want to have to reconnect and reconnect, that's a great reason to use ClassFlow. They'll just stay connected your whole lesson. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter. Feel free to make an account. Ask the ClassFlow support team for help. And then if you want today's lesson, this is where you can find it. All right, and you guys can feel free, ooh, that's fun, to unmute yourself if you want to ask any questions, want to share anything you've done with ClassFlow. Cassie, if there's anything you think I should share with them that I've missed. I know it's early. It's a Saturday morning. I bet everyone's sleeping in. So I hope you guys watch this back. It was great chatting with you. Let's see. One more time. Oh, gotta share my screen, huh? All right. So reach out to me. I hope you guys have a great Saturday. And thank you for starting it off with me. Have a good day, everyone.
I cannot hear a darn thing. That's the thing.
All right, Cassie, I'm going to go ahead and end it. Is that okay?
Hey, sorry. Yeah, that's cool. You did awesome.
Oh, thanks. So it's a little early, I think, for folks, but maybe they'll play it back later.
No, but I think that the people that jumped on really got a lot out of it. So check your tweeters.
Oh, all right, I will.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
remember, correct? Q&A? No idea. There we go. Well, good morning. I am hoping that there are people out there. My name is Jennifer Scott, and I'm going to be talking about Slides Yearbook today. So who's joining us out there? And nice to see I have at least one person. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to share my screen. If you give me a moment. Now, I am on slidesyearbook.com, and on this page, if you go to presentations and scroll down, you will see a copy of the presentation, and there is a link so you can have your own personal copy. Now, what is Slides Yearbook? We have a problem in education, and that problem is the cost of yearbooks is skyrocketing. If you wanted a softbound 100-page full color yearbook, we're talking $26. Most people are paying about $40 because they want hardback. And then you get into the high schools, and now we're talking $75 to $90. Now, what about those little books that our elementary school students write? We, of course, want parents to have copies of their student work. And it's free for the teachers, but it costs the parents $20. Now, this is another problem that we have. The problem is you have one person on one computer doing all of the work. So as a Google innovator, I had to say, here's a problem. Now, here's a solution. And here is that solution. You can make your 100-page full color yearbook in Google Slides, and it would only cost you $8.16. True, our school district prints it, so it might be, $9, $10 for 100 pages, but that's still a much better price. And now we have a yearbook that students can actually afford. Additionally, we have multiple students working on one document at the same time. Now, I'm just going to check in with you guys, and I'm going to see if you guys have any questions so far. Do you guys agree that yearbooks are just a little too expensive now? Just see if you can get some interaction going.
Hi, I'm Margaret. I think that they are more expensive than $8, of course. But I think also it's some of the students are willing to pay to be able to have that tangible thing. You know what I mean? Because am I right in understanding there's no way to actually have the yearbook that you're creating?
Oh,
Like in your
what do you mean?
print it.
No. This is our school yearbook right here. It's printed.
Cool.
It's right here.
Cool. Okay.
And we also have our students' anthologies where students wrote books.
Awesome.
And they did their own artwork. This was another school that made their own, oops, upside down. They made their own yearbook without even connecting with us.
Oh wow. Oh wow. So what program or company would you use for that?
To print it or to make it?
To print it.
To print it, if you were to go to, I'm going to go ahead and share real quick. So we come back here to Slides Yearbook, and under Publish, there is a list. There is information about having to print it. But we are very fortunate that our school district, we're the largest K-8 district in California, and we have our own printing department. And we use this printer. But if you did not have that, here is a list of printers.
Okay.
That you can use.
Okay.
There is a school a little north of Fresno that they had not had a yearbook in over 20 years because their students just couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
They printed their yearbook for $4 for all 600 students and gave them for free.
Wow.
And so they kept on looking, and I think they would do it a little bit differently next year because, you know, make sure it's better quality and so on. But every one of their 600 students got a copy, and they have their memories, and they made the yearbook.
That's awesome. Okay, that's awesome. Well, I misunderstood. I apologize. I thought it was just simply online. So.
No. That's the whole beauty of it. So this is who I am, and this presentation is going to be hands-on. Will you by chance be able to get into Google Drive and practice this as we do it?
I should be able to if I can find the link, I should be able to, yes.
Go ahead and get into your Google Drive. So if you were to go to your Google Drive, we could go ahead and get started. And then I'm going to point out real quick that all the videos are online. I have videos, I have directions, all of it is free to use, and step-by-step directions are included.
Okay, great. So if I'm in my drive, then what do you need me to do next?
Okay, let's get started again. Wanted to double check you.
Oh, no, sorry that I was a couple minutes late.
Not a problem. I'm glad someone just came you. So thank you. All right, so I'm in Google Drive, and what we're going to do is we're going to click on New, Google Slides, and you will see a blank presentation. And once you get here, you're going to notice that it looks like a regular presentation.
Right.
So once again, you're in Drive, you click on New, you go down to Slides, and you click on Blank Presentation. Have you done that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to need these themes, so I'm just going to cross it out. And let's just go ahead and call this Example. Now what I want to do is I want to delete what I have on this page, just clicking and dragging, hitting backspace, or going up to Slide, Apply Layout, and choosing Blank. Next, I want to go to File, Page Setup, and anytime you see these drop-down triangles, you click on it, click on Custom, and now we're going to take the page size to 8.5 by 11. This does mean that there will be a white margin on the yearbook. It's on the page itself, but there is a solution for that is on the website. So have you already? So you went to File, Page Setup, clicked on the arrows, selected custom, I went to 8.5 by 11.
Great. Super exciting.
All right. So now the next part is we're going to insert. If we go to insert and then go to image, now we have choices up here such as take a snapshot, your albums, and Google Drive. I'm going to go ahead and take a snapshot. And typically you'll have to do accept and then accept up here, and it never remembers it, so don't worry about that. And then you can take a picture. None of these pictures are going to save in your computer, and once I select one, the rest of them will disappear. Why don't you go ahead and try it?
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I don't know about Corey and Deidre. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to hog, but I inserted a picture, so I should be good.
Yes. Okay, now I gotta see how I'm supposed. This is the first time I have given a presentation on EdXchange, so I'm going to double check to see I see people. Perfect, following along. All right. Now, I do want to say that as a student, a student would view this a little bit differently, because I absolutely would use Google Classroom. And from the student point of view, the students would click on it. And notice I have folders. These are here that we're going to use them. I click create slide. Then I'm going to go through this step one more time just to show you that if you use it in Google Classroom, you're keeping the yearbook in one spot. And you don't have to go searching for everything. So Adriana here would delete, go to File, Page Setup, and change this to 8.5 by 11. Knowing there's a white margin, which is kind of nice, but you could also bleed the pages. Now, remember how I said there were these folders here? If I click on this folder, these are the folders, these are the pictures that were shared with the student. I don't have to share them extra. Simply putting them into Google Classroom, they have access to them. And go to File, and this time I'm going to go to Image and Google Drive. Now you may have some pictures in here. Go ahead and insert those pictures that you have. In this case, the student's going to click on Shared with Me and open that same folder. And now I have a picture. Insert, Image, Google Drive, Shared with Me, and a picture. Now this picture of all these Google innovators from 7 different countries on 3 different continents, super proud of these guys. This picture is way too big. And so I have a couple of options. There are shortcuts, and these shortcuts are on the website. I'll scroll back up so that you can see where they are. Shortcuts right here. And there's even a practice and a video that you can watch. But the shortcut is Control-Alt-J. I like to think of it as Jen, as in me, you know. Control-Alt-J. I can make the picture bigger. I do not like grabbing from the corners, because the first thing students do is they do this. And that is horrible. If I want it bigger, is Control-Alt-K. I think of it as JK, joking. So Control-Alt-J to make it smaller, Control-Alt-K to make it bigger. Let me see how you guys are following along and if you guys have any questions.
That shortcut for Macs, it would, maybe I did it wrong. Maybe it's Control Command.
Oh yes, because you are on a Macintosh. All right. So I am on a PC, and there is a website.
It's Control Command, J.
Control Command. Does that work?
Yeah.
Perfect. I have to remember to have those directions on the page. So Control Alt J to decrease, Control Alt K to increase. And let's see. All right, we're doing good. Now there is another option for pictures because picture size matters. You'll notice that there are no add-ons in Google Slides. There are add-ons in Docs, there are add-ons in Sheets, but not in Slides. And I really do want to change this as part of the Innovator project. But the solution is to do the following. I have a folder called Photo Size, and these folders are free on the website, slidesyearbook.com. And each of these sizes can be used in your presentation. So for example, I can go to Insert, Image, and I want to find that folder.
Mama. Mama.
What?
And I'm going to choose the size that I like. I'm going to go ahead and choose another one so you can see the difference between them. And I'll do one more. And when I click on this image size, I get a new menu. And in this new menu, I can choose Replace Image. And I can follow the same steps. Go to Google Drive, go to Shared with Me, and choose a picture. The entire image is still there, though I didn't see it this time. It's there. I can go to click on the picture, click on Replace Image, and take a snapshot. Allow, and take a picture. Oh, that was a horrible picture. Let me redo that again. The lighting's just not going to get better here, people. We're good.
No, it's great, and this is something that, and again, I missed the first couple minutes, so I apologize. Is this something that you built with your Innovator project? This slide to your book itself, is this something that you built?
This is a project that we did as a class, and then since then, it has been getting bigger and bigger because people are amazed at how easy it is to just create a yearbook in Google Slides.
Got it. And this was, I'm presuming this was part of your Google Innovator project. That's amazing. Okay, thank you. I missed that part. I apologize.
And so under templates, for example, here are some examples. So we have, this was a very simple, insert the pictures, crop them into shapes, which we'll talk about next. Put the pictures, have the writing and a picture. You can have a free form type canvas. Have some fun with some colors. You can even do the pictures. And this one, probably not my best work, but this was before I learned a lot. This right here is Quintus. I'm not sure if you are familiar with Slides Carnival. Slides Carnival, which did not work. Okay, that was a fail. So slidescarnival.com has all these free presentations for you to use. And they have served as an inspiration for this project. This is a yearbook design. And these yearbooks are, these templates are available free of charge. We have the pictures, we have captions. We have pictures, we have captions. And the one I'm trying to get to, all right, let me see if I can find it. Oops. This is taking forever. I need to turn off those transitions. There we go. Notice how we even have individual pictures. Now, seriously, if you were to, if you had 600 students or 1,000 students, to individually replace the image for every single student is very impractical. Maybe one day, because of this project, the process will be much easier. But we do use a professional company, and we have them do the individual pages.
Okay, and that was going to be, I'm sorry, that was going to be my next question, because as a yearbook advisor, whatever, we get from the professional photographer, we get a disc that they flow. So our yearbook company just flows those pictures in for the 1,000 kids that we have.
And I would absolutely use that.
Okay, okay.
And in the process, since you've used that software, I'll go into detail about what it looks like. So you use the software and make sure that everything is the way you want it to be. And you think you have to export it as a PDF. You take that, you put it into Adobe Photoshop, make a transparent background, and then make it into a JPEG. And that's your solution. Okay. And let me see if anyone else has some questions to see how we're doing. Oh, okay, so Kristen, go to slidesyearbook.com. And on there you will find videos, you will find directions, you will find practice, you will find free, stumbling here. You will find free templates, and I am going to ask you guys, because it seems like I have people who have experience with yearbooks on the website. There, we ask you to submit your own project. We have a form where you can send in student graphic templates. And then we have an area where we're going to share, because this should be student directed. The teacher, yes, it's fun to do graphic design, but we're doing this because we want the students to become graphic designers, and we want them to go from scratch. All right, so we've talked about page size. We've talked about taking a snapshot, inserting images, image template. Now let's talk about cropping those images.
Huh?
I love the background noise. My babies are still asleep. It's 6:22 in California. All right, so if we were, and I'm using my arrow keys to move these around, by the way. If everything on your yearbook was a rectangle, it would be very boring. So we have some options. We can click on this picture, and most people don't understand what crop is. So crop is I can move this and make it so I have less space. But right next to the crop, you will see mask image. It's in that arrow that everyone should explore. And now I have shapes. I can do a circle. I can come down here and kind of non-conventional, but I can do a cloud. I can click on the picture, and now I can say I want to have a purple background, a line. I want this to be, I want 8, no, 16. Yeah, that kind of looks nice. I can even change, not the greatest background lines, but you get this idea. I have choices here. So once again, I can choose colors. I can choose the width of the line, and I can even choose different types of dots. And this just makes the yearbook that much more interesting. If I go to background, I have choices. I can go to solid color, or I can go with gradients. And that is a very bad choice. I'm just demonstrating here, so if you'll forgive me on that. And what else? Oh, under backgrounds, image, go into search and do free backgrounds. And here are some choices you can play with. And of course, the background, we're going to have to take our time to think, what do we want for graphic design? What would look the nicest? And a lot of this is just plain until you come across what you like. Now, we're talking about graphic design here. I want to go to the Chrome web store, and I want to look for an eyedropper. I'm trying to remember. I think I use this one. I will have it listed on my website for sure. But when I have an eyedropper and I install the extension, I of course am going to have to be in Chrome. I can't be in Safari or any other type of page. But now I can, yep, this is the one I use. I can pick a color. So I want this color right here. And it copied it for me. Now I can click on the picture. I can go to custom and I can paste that color. So I'm choosing colors that go with it. I click on the eyedropper and I get this turned on, and I want to have this pink. It copied to the clipboard. Come right here, go to custom, and I do a Control V. And now I am choosing colors that are on this page.
And I'm sure my students know all of this, and I know some of it, but it's just so neat for you to be able to put it all together. So thank you.
You are absolutely welcome. And I would love to have them share what they're doing in their class. My goal is to have students actually make videos explaining their design. And then we can share them all over the world. I want them to be in English. I want them to be in Spanish. They can be in other languages too, just so that we students are creators. I feel like I need to do one more.
I think that's great. And I love that idea of anthologies, because right now we have a contract with the yearbook company, and that's just going to be, it is what it is right now, and that's fine. But I love your idea of having it for the anthology. The class, I'm always looking for ways for publication. So thank you again.
About a week ago, I got to go back to my hometown, and we're one thing that I mentioned to them was about the anthology, because when I was in junior high school, we had something called a Salamanca. And imagine back in the 80s, getting everyone's handwritten work and just putting it together and binding it together. That's what it was. And that is something that's very special. And this year's is pretty small. May actually turned out to be a tough year, tough time. But the previous year, I was in a rush, so I went ahead and ordered them black and white. This is all 100, and I don't know how many students did I have that year, like 120, 140 students, and their best writing from the entire year.
That's awesome. Thank you.
All right, so we talked about cropping. So So we've talked about cropping, we talked about masking, and then I think the next part is another deficiency in Google Slides is the fact that we have these speaker notes down here and it's kind of hard to see. So if I go to view, I can turn off those speaker notes and now it's bigger. I can also go to view and I can do 200%. So I can see the faces of everyone in the picture. If I go to insert, I can do a text box, but I could also be a little bit different and go with a shape. That way I can like have a rounded edge and so on. I'm just going to be traditional and go the text box right now. And choose a color. Choose a font, and I'm just grabbing any one. And I will say one of the greatest times we had at MEC 16, Google Innovator Academy, you get the idea, was, and I can finish this out. And if I zoom back out, there's the writing. I can even paint that background a white. Come back here, go into custom, and I can change the opacity so that I can see what's in the background. Yeah, that's a bad choice. I can see what is in the background at the same time without messing it up. Now, one thing I would like to do is I'd like to talk about Google Photos. Do you teach high school or younger grades?
Is that me? Was that me you said? Do I teach high school?
Are you guys doing, what age group are you doing?
So I teach grade 3-4. I'm in Australia. So hi to everyone.
All right, so one thing that we're talking about is student privacy. And on this website, we have this thing in the United States called FERPA. And what FERPA does is it's meant to protect student privacy. And there are certain apps that like Gmail, Calendar, Classroom, all of these are core apps and they have different privacy settings. Google Photos is not a core service, but is absolutely fabulous. And I have a recommendation on how to organize pictures. There's a video right there about why we want to use it. I'm trying to find there was a picture that talks about how, I think I should have it in, one of my pictures disappeared. So excuse me while this is in Spanish, but I'll explain it right here because I couldn't find the picture. The teacher is going to be using Google Photos, Google Drive, and Classroom, and then you're going to have student editors. These students will also have access to Google Photos. And then you have the rest of the students who are designers. And I want to talk about the student editors right now because Google Photos is not a core app. You may or may not be able to use it. And I really urge that we change this through Google. If I click on a picture, I can find out who was in this picture. Do you see how this says David? And here is Gabriella, and here is Josue. If I click on Gabriella's picture, every single picture that Gabriella is in pops up. And I can do the same over here with Pedro. Every single picture that Pedro is in will pop up. It organizes it for me. Facial recognition is absolutely fabulous. So I click on the name and I can put a little private label that says who this person is. one of the most frustrating parts as a yearbook advisor is having a group picture and no one in the class and none of the teachers know exactly who that student is. So this takes out that headache. Not only that, if you click on edit, now I have color filters. I can come in here and I can do adjustments. And here are the more advanced adjustments right here. I can even crop the picture freehand, square, and into these different sizes. And so that is one reason why I absolutely love using Google Photos. I think for the past couple of years, we haven't used Google Photos because I was so fearful for student privacy. But knowing that we could do facial recognition, knowing that we can do editing without using a separate program is just incredible. Hi, Katie. Yes, it is awesome with the student names. All right, let's check out some comments here. Eddie, you joined us. I got some of my peeps over here. All right. Eddie's talking about the eyedropper. Margaret, you've seen it before, but you saw it again. Making writers out of students. Yes, fabulous. All right, let's see what else do we have. So we can zoom in. Let's talk about putting the yearbook together. All right. This is the teacher view of Google Classroom. And when I click on it, I am going to see that Adriana and Alberto created different presentations. Obviously, in a yearbook, we're going to talk about theme, we're going to talk about colors. All of that is going to happen, or your yearbook is going to look rather unique. We'll just go with that. So I have these pictures right here, and I am going to go ahead and open up Adriana's from my point of view. If I go to File, and I go to Import Slides, I will see Adriana's, I will see Alberto's. And I can come here and I can select his slide, one or more than one, and I can import. Once again, go to File, Import Slide, and I believe we have an example right here, just me playing around earlier. And I have the whole thing. And I'll have all 100 pages of the yearbook put together. And that's how you get it done. My district is absolutely cool because I can just click on this share and I can type in their address and email them this entire presentation, which means they call me back and they say, Jennifer, this picture on this page really doesn't look right, or you forgot a name here, because that's how awesome Mike Frazier is. I can just fix it, and within a couple of seconds, it's immediate. Everything is done, and I don't have to download it again, send it back, and go through that entire process. All I do, if I have an awesome company, is I click on Share, and I type in their address. Now, sometimes Mike will do the change for us if it's just one page, but he has a lot of things to do, so he'll tell us, make these changes on these pages, and it's done. Another option is to go to File, Download as PDF. And my father made his book, his autobiography. This is his autobiography, and it's hardbound. It's absolutely beautiful. It has this private message in here from him to me, and My father passed away in May, so this has like special meaning to me. But when we went through the whole process, we had to download the file as a PDF. We had to upload it into Gorham Publishing, and then they looked at it, and then they said, hey, there were some problems on these pages. Then I had to make the changes, download it again, upload it again, and then they printed about 30 copies for our entire family. So once again, to do that, if that's what your publishing company wants you to do, you go to File, Download As, and PDF. Make sure that you proof your yearbook. One problem that we have found is if a student has written a comment. So for example, right here, a student has gone to comments and written, don't forget to add the names of the people in the background. If you have a comment right here, when you download it, it won't work. This picture will be gone and the rest of it will be here. Of course, complete the request. There is if you do not want to have the white margin on your book, the recommendation is to use an 8.75 by 11.25 page setup. And what will happen is the printing company will print it on larger paper, and then they will trim it. Of course, this means that we want to use grids, and there is a folder on the website with grids to help you with the graphic design and moving the pictures over 2 columns, 3 columns, 3 columns with a grid. And then here would be your example. Make the yearbook on a bigger page, but the publisher will print will trim the pages, and then you will not have the white margins on the outside. All right, let me check on you guys. Eddie's talking about self-publishing, making everything so easy. Katie, facial recognition is a game changer. Thank you, Eddie. Awesome job on your keynote yesterday. All right, so what else do we have in this presentation? We talked about sharing, organization ideas. Here's that photo that I was talking to you about. So when you're organizing your classroom, the teacher has access to Google Photos, Google Drive, and Classroom. You have student editors who have been trained in protecting student privacy. They're not going to share pictures outside of the school, and they are also co-teachers of the class. If you go into Google Classroom as a teacher, you can click on the About and invite teachers. It says teachers, but these can be students. So for example, Pedro is one of my students. I am going to invite him to be a co-teacher, which means that he can go ahead and look at the student work just like I did. Click on him here, click on the student work, write comments, and help them just get that collaboration going on, so the responsibility is not on just the teacher. These are also the ones that you can go into Google Photos and do the name recognition. Having too many people in the photos is a bad idea. I've had students say, I don't think I look good in this picture, and they just started deleting every single picture of themselves. And I don't mind deleting pictures that are bad. Of course, you're not going to put bad pictures into a yearbook, but we need to talk about what makes a good picture. You know, we need to have those conversations. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but if you're in Drive and you go to the settings, you have the ability to add all the Google Photos pictures into your drive. And the reason why this is fabulous is because then when that folder is created and it will say something like Google Photos, I can do a right click and I can get a shareable link. It is this link right here that I can copy and put into the Google Classroom. Take that link, go ahead and create an assignment. So let's just call this number 002 slides yearbook practice, and click on this link, paste it, and as soon as I do this, every student who is in the class will have access to this folder. So I'm asking you guys to go ahead and contact Google Photos. Please go into your Google Photos. And request, I believe I have to come right here. Come up here. And there's Eddie. Look at Eddie. All right. Come here, send feedback, and tell them that we want Google Photos to be a core app. That way we know that student privacy is protected. I will tell you that as of August 1st, any non-core app will be automatically turned off, and it will be up to your district domain administrator to turn it back on, because I assume they're doing this to make sure that we understand privacy concerns and they're not at fault and it was our decision and what have you. Now, how many of you guys have ever used Team Drive before? If you go in, if you in your educational in your educational Google Drive, you'll notice that there underneath my drive there are these team drives if your district has turned them on. One of the benefits of having a team drive to share all of the pictures is that the pictures do not belong to an individual teacher. Yearbook advisors may change, and what are you going to do? If the teacher leaves the district, where do those pictures go? So if you're not going to use Google Photos, by putting those pictures into a team drive, you can take the address at the very top of the screen like this right here. After you have shared the folder with each of your yearbook students, take that that URL and put it into your Google Classroom. All right. You guys want to talk shortcuts now? I think we have 13 minutes. Let me double check if you guys have any questions over here. If you try to type the website, also, can you type the website name? Nina, are you talking about slidesyearbook.com? Are you talking about photos.google.com? If I type it, I know I can't give addresses through a live chat and YouTube. The page is not clear for us to see what you're sharing. I apologize for that. I'm not sure how you could fix it. The eyedropper. I see that question. Okay. So one, I went to the Chrome Web Store. And in the Chrome Web Store, I searched for an eyedropper. And I use eyedropper color pick. You must be in Chrome because this is a Chrome extension. When you get to a page, you can turn it on and notice how this pops, how it becomes, if I move it, the colors change up at the very top. I click on it and notice a message that says color copied to the clipboard. I can click on the picture that I want to change the color of, click on custom, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this color up here, and I'm going to do a Control V, which is a Command V on the computer, And I am going to paste that color. And now I do believe those are 2 different shades of blue, so that's kind of nice. Does that answer your question? Perfect. All right, I have a really cool, let's end the last 10 minutes with some graphic design. I'm gonna go into Adriana's account and I'm gonna do a right click and I'm just going to close all the tabs to the right. Bam, they're gone. I'm gonna click on this arrow and let's go down to shortcuts. Now this is an assignment I gave to teachers all summer when I was giving this presentation, and I will have this on the website as well. There's a different practice on the website, but this is a practice on shortcuts, because Google Slides is not a graphic design program, but it can be. It's not like Adobe Photoshop. It has nothing fancy in there, but if you learn graphic design rules, shortcuts. So go to support.google.com and it has the list of the PC shortcuts and the Mac shortcuts. This is a list of my favorite shortcuts, and this is listed on slidesyearbook.com. And then you will notice that at the bottom of each page, this right here is a link to the presentation where I stole the design. Because why create from scratch? Why not stand on the shoulders of the giants before us who have created something? Yeah, that's a shout out to you, Eddie. So for example, most of us know that when you click on something and you do a Control-C or a Command-C, you do Control-C, Control-V, you can copy the picture. Control-C, Control-V, we copy. But what if we're talking about graphic design? I happen to like the fact that this is Sniglet. It has, this is the word Sniglet, and this right here is the word bangers. I want the word example to go right here, but I want to keep this background color. I want to keep this font. If I do my Control-C, come down here and just paste it, the design is gone. That's horrible. What if I did Control-Shift-V? And now I have the same content, but in the new design. If I want to increase font size, I select the letters, the words, and I do Control-Shift greater than. And now I am making the words bigger. In contrast, I can select it, Control-Shift less than, oops, and I can decrease the size without coming up here and having to change it physically and guessing what to do. I will do a couple more of these and then we'll move on. If I click on the picture, hold down the control, and I use my mouse, I've duplicated. We've already practiced these. If I click on the picture and I want to move this cloud out of the way, I'm just using my arrow keys. If I want this moved over, so and not in a full space, I want it to do half of that space, I click on Shift, and now I do the arrow key, and notice the difference. That is the arrow key, this is the Shift key. This is the arrow key, and this is the Shift key. It is 6:53, my time. Do we have any more questions? I'd like to take questions now.
This has been great. Thank you so much.
You are absolutely welcome. Katie, any questions? Eddie, any questions? Are you still there? And who was my other person out there? Denise, do you happen to have any questions? All right, you guys. Well, what I do is I encourage you guys to go to slidesyearbook.com, and here you'll have an introduction. Actually, let me share my screen one more time so we can end this out. When you go to slidesyearbook.com, you'll notice that there are pages of what is the Moonshop and what type of changes I want to make to Google Slides, so it's a graphic design platform. You have the basics and introduction with the instructions that I gave today. You have the shortcuts. We go into details about yearbook captions because one of my students will say, such and such is posing for a picture, and that's a horrible caption. We want to talk about how we can make really good captions. The whole setting up and protecting student privacy, and you'll notice that this is in English and Spanish because the Google Academy was in Mexico City that I attended. Going into detail about Google Photos, what to do about page size, and in page size, there are some videos, and it explains how to do the image size templates. Graphic design will be up and running soon. I just transferred over to a new website. You have already created templates that should inspire students to create. And then, of course, we ask, please have students submit their work and share them with students all over the world. Directions on publishers, how we publish and who we use, and then presentations that you guys can go through on your own. And I just did that without sharing my screen, didn't I? So once again, here's the website, moonshots, the basics, how to set up your yearbook using Classroom, Google Photos, and Drive. Different images, how to use Google Photos, talking about image size problems, including those image templates that I was talking to you about. Just click right here and you will get to them. Design will be added, templates that have already been created for you, including how to, with the individual portraits for small schools, publishing, the publishers that we use. All right. Thank you so much for coming. This is the first time I've ever given a presentation on EdChange Global and my second online presentation.
Thank you for this. It was great.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. If you guys want to reach me, my website, slidesyearbook.com.
Hey everybody, my name is Denise Wright and I'm going to be doing a session called Beginning Raspberry Pi. So I guess I'm going to wait for, do I wait for I guess a few more minutes for people to come in, or if we get any more people to come in, so before I get started. Thanks. Good morning. I see your post there, Kathy. It's 9 a.m. Central Time. So if you go to the EdCamp Global schedule there, you should be able to see what's going on at 9 a.m. Central. So hopefully that's helpful. I think workflow was this morning, I think at 8, I believe.
Denise, I'm excited. This is gonna be great.
Thank you. I'll just give it a second. I'm going to throw something to the dogs because they're barking. Hang on. To get them to stop barking, I have them out on the porch.
The dogs were good.
Yes, yes. I think I'm going to get ready to get started. So, okay. It's about 10 o'clock. My name is Denise Wright. I am from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and I am here to talk about beginning Raspberry Pi. I actually have my Raspberry Pi here. Just so everyone, like, what's Raspberry Pi? We're going to talk a little bit about it. Why is it called Raspberry Pi? How did you become interested in this? To be quite honest, I saw Raspberry Pi online and people sharing about it, and I know that there was a Raspberry Pi Academy, and the academy was being held in Idaho and Michigan. So those were places that I was not able to attend or not able to go. So, you know, I was really interested. I was sort of disappointed, but how was I going to learn about this? So anyway, I went to what's called a TechX here at our community college for tweens, and they had different groups presenting. And one of the groups was a makerspace called Subproto here in Myrtle Beach. And they are into keeping, it's a hacker space, and they're into keeping tech in our community because Myrtle Beach, obviously, we're a big tourist destination, and we have, you know, millions of people that visit all summer long, but we also have a big hotel industry, and this makerspace is founded on the point of how are we going to keep tech in our area, because a lot of people are just picking up and moving to Atlanta, you know, the big city sectors and things like that. So the people that were running this were from the makerspace, and the man's name is Joe Stewart. who was the head of the makerspace. And I got to talk to him a little bit more, and I found out that he is an international hacker. And he basically tracks people for a living, trying to steal money via the internet. And he was been in Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg Magazine. I mean, he's just very well known internationally, but he decided to work here at our, because you can work from anywhere doing that. And his passion is education and keeping technology here and making and building. So I saw that I joined their Facebook group. I saw that they had a class introductory to Raspberry Pi, and I went down there and I sat in on the class, and it was still over my head, completely out of my comfort zone, but it was just, I knew that they were using it for education. So I sort of tapped into them. I feel like I'm really strong on the web, and I know a lot of great tools to bring into the classroom, but this was something that I didn't really know about, and I just sort of definitely wanted to learn more. So my daughter and I went down there, we went to the presentation, and they gave us a Pi. They're like, here you go, this is for you. I'm like, for what? Just come in, you could have this. And I'm like, but I don't even know how to use this thing. And they're like, well, do you want to learn? And I was like, yeah, sure. And they're like, okay, well, you need to go get you need to get these following items. And I was like, okay, a power supply, which is an Android cord. You need to get an SD card, which is, basically for what you put in a cell phone. You also need to get a keyboard and a mouse, and then we'll go from there. And I was like, okay. So, and I'm telling you, I felt completely overwhelmed when I came in, but this is a Raspberry Pi. It is called, and I was like, why is it a Raspberry? I looked it up, and basically all of the computer companies name their products after fruit. When you think about it, Apple, BlackBerry. So this is Raspberry Pi. And this was actually made in the UK back in 2015. It was used to teach students about computing over there. And they have what's called an AstroPi project, where they're actually taking astronauts from Europe are taking the Pi on the space station and actually hooking up this thing that goes on top called the Sense Hat. And students are designing programs for the astronauts on the space station to actually run while they're up there. And we'll talk a little bit about this attachment in a second. So, but this little computer is $35. So if there's a student out there that, the social economic divide is definitely broken with this piece, because all you have to do is hook this into a computer monitor and you have an instant computer. It does have a full operating system on it. It has very similar to a word processing program. I shouldn't say Microsoft. It reminds me of Word, but I shouldn't say that. It has also PowerPoint. It has games on it. So if you just hook this up to a monitor, it acts as a full functioning computer. So I'm going to go into my slides a little bit and show you some of the things that I've learned with it. And hopefully you'll see its value and be like, hey, that's just something that maybe I should also get into. And again, totally out of my comfort zone, but I felt like, something that I think is really important and I need to learn about, and I couldn't attend a Pi Academy. So this was the next best thing, and the guys at the space have an amazing amount of knowledge. So it's definitely a benefit. Okay, can you guys see my entire screen? Am I Bunsey?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Again, my session's called Beginning Raspberry Pi. I have a special thanks to Seb Proto that has been instrumental in mentoring me. Again, I know that we could all learn things on YouTube and watch videos and things like that, but having that live face-to-face person has been instrumental for me and getting that extra help to get started. So, and I just have in the beginning here, what is Raspberry Pi? It's a credit card sized computer. It's purchased for $35. It has its own operating system, has the ability, and it's the same functions as a regular computer, can run gaming. Scratch is a popular one that we're using in middle school to teach STEM and word processing. It can also run Python. It has a myriad of things that it can actually do. originated in the UK, and it was originated there for computer education purposes. What's unique about it, it's definitely a great device to start teaching the coding language called Python. There's different coding languages. We have Java, CSS, Python, JavaScript. This one's Python. And the people at the Makerspace are like, if you want to start learning coding, Python is probably the best one to start learning because it's the cleanest and most easily, probably beginners to understand. On top of the Pi, you can have what are called hats. And that's called hardware attached on top. And you can actually build out the Pi and make it into different things. And I think I already said that already. It has a great possibility to teach students about digital making. There is a very strong online community. The actual foundation itself has lesson plans online. So I was able to go down the Makerspace and say, I want to do this. They're like, okay. And I just give a big shout out to the Makerspace. Again, my mentor has been, his name is Shane Mann, and he's from Subproto. And that's their little their Twitter tags, if you'd like to follow them, at Subproto and at Zubit Zombies. That's his little tag as well. So, and they've been great in helping me get started. Now, you know, if you want to wonder what it looks like, as soon as you hook in the Pi you're going to hook it into your monitor, as well as you're going to hook it into your Wi-Fi and your keyboard and your mouse. As you can see, that's the screen. It looks like a regular computer. It's got that desktop with the road going in the background. It's got, you know, a terminal where you can actually run the programs. It's got a text editor where you're writing the programs. It's got games. It's got the same exact, you know, word processing programs that, you know, Office and those kinds of things that you can do. So, you know, if you have someone with a social economic divide and maybe they have access to Wi-Fi, you can buy a $35 Pi, an old junk monitor, hook that up, and you have a full working computer. Okay. So these were the parts that they told me to go out and get. So I did. I have the Pi, as I showed you. The TV or the monitor, they have one down at the space. An HDMI cable that's going to go from the Pi to the actual TV or monitor. A keyboard, the mouse, the power supply, which is nothing but an Android cord, and an SD card that I bought in Walmart. Okay. The first step is to image the SD card and add the operating system onto the card. You can use it like a program called Etcher, and we're able to flash the operating system right onto the card itself. This top picture here, you can add a camera on there, and I did purchase a camera. You can add another type of hat there. There's a girl playing a piano. You just add it to the top of the Pi. As well as this is the one here at the end with the little LEDs, or you can see those little squares. Those are LEDs. This is called the Sense Hat, which was used in the AstroPi project. It has that little LED screen on there. It has a magnometer, which you can like shake the Pi and it'll do different things. It has air pressure sensor, temperature and humidity, and a small joystick on the top as well. So again, it all depends upon the attachment you add to the Pi, or the Pi can act as a self-alone standing computer. So those are some of the many options that you have with Raspberry Pi. And I'm just happy to be working with this Sense Hat and also the Pi itself. You can see the plugs as I'm plugging. You can see the plugs plugging in. Right here is the SD card. We're plugging that into the bottom. It already has the operating system on it. Right here is your Android cord that you're plugging in, giving it power. Right here is the one that you're plugging into the actual monitor itself and going from the Pi to the monitor. And these on the side are your USB for your mouse and your keyboard. All right. And if anyone has used the Pi or has any stories and you want to tap in, please feel free to do so and do that. Everyone can still hear me okay, right?
Right. I was going to how long have you used this?
I just started this summer, literally. So I've only been using it I've met with them probably 2 or 3 times so far, and that's it. And then I've done some things here at home where I've been trying to learn myself as well. So, and I'll definitely after today, after I finish presenting on this, I'll continue to keep learning about it for sure. Okay. So, some of the creations that you can do with this, the actual makerspace, this is not the actual game systems themselves, but they actually took the Pi and bought an emulator, which they attached a joystick to the Pi itself, and they cut it out of wood, and they actually have a Pac-Man game made in the space out of the Raspberry Pi. Here you can see a Lego system. They attach the Pi. You can actually remote control it using the Pi. This one here on the end, actually people are using the Pi as a server, you know, for like a web server. Down here at the bottom, you can see they're making a thermostat. Subproto, the hackerspace, actually made their own thermostat out of the Pi, and they control it from their cell phone for the space itself. And you can see there's a table, a gaming table. You can control your lights. You can actually even make a Game Boy. So there's their uses are endless for it. Am I there making my own thermostat and game system? No. But I just wanted to show what the potential is and what you can. There is a maker world out there using the Pi. And, you know, that's definitely, there's major potential. I see this person here hooking it up with the camera to take, you know, pictures at different rates. I mean, it's just crazy the amount of things you can do with it. And it could also be used to educate, you know, kids like middle schoolers. Okay. So anyway, so that's some ideas. I mean, it's just crazy. So I started off by just adding the Sense hat to the top of the Pi itself. Okay. And all I did was, if it opens, oops. I thought I'd linked out on this page. All I did is in the text editor, you see all these letters appearing. Okay, that was my advertisement for EdChange Global. But all I had to do is type in the text editor this code, import from SenseHat, because I added the SenseHat program to the actual Pi itself. You're telling the pixels, red, blue, green, black, white, to be specific colors. This was at 255. Green, white, hat to show the different letters. E for red, and then you're just gonna sleep. So it's gonna pause in between. D for blue, sleep. And all I did was I looked at somebody else's code, to be quite frank with you, and I cut and pasted it in there. And then I modified it, and then I saved it, and then I ran it through the terminal. It's called a terminal, and you can, that's what I got. I was able to do that myself very easily. So if you were to do this with students, you know, all they have to do is just go into this text editor and see what the different changes to the program are going to do. You can actually make changes, save it, and run the program on the hat. I mean, it's that simple, and that's basic program starting off right there. And that's, you know, that was the advertisement that I made. Okay.
It's so cool.
Yeah. And this is, let me show you here. This is the Raspberry Pi community. As you can see, all the lesson plans are there. And I'm not kidding you. I said, okay, what you will need to get started. So all I did was I cheated big time. I typed this into the terminal, CD, RP, this exact thing into the terminal. I typed this exact thing into the terminal, and this appeared. And then basically what you do is you make your animal on here, okay, on the Pi itself, or on the actual screen itself. And, you know, you have students do that on a regular grid. You can see them, you know, P for pink, E for empty, G for green, Y for yellow, okay? And you can see them writing the code here and creating it. And, you know, it goes step by step. But to be really honest, what I did was I went to the bottom and I cheated, and I just took this and I cut and pasted from like where it says pet 1, I cut and pasted all of this into my text editor, and then I saved it and ran it around the Pi. But I see the potential for it. So if I press the play, okay, you could see there's the Pi, you know, there's the little animal walking. But I sort of cheated because I just took it and put it in and added and ran it on my Pi. So that's what I got. And then you can create it here on the side. But what I'm trying to show you all is that the lesson plans are there. I mean, and the end product is there. So, you know, obviously you're going to have to break it down and teach yourself step by step what all the coding means. But if you you can make changes to the code, and you know, you're trying to start, this is Python, this is teaching middle school coding. So definitely at a middle school level, you can get started with the Pi. I mean, they're giving you the program here at the end, and all you have to do is save it and then run it on your Pi. And then the kids, all they have to do is make these changes. And you can see what the changes do to the coding. What if I change the 200? What is that going to do to the Pi? Actually, let's see if you can even, and this is just like a little emulator, so you can see. Let's see if it'll do anything. I just change it to 100. I hit run. And what's also good about this is that if there's an error, it'll tell you exactly where the line of error is. So like if you forget to capitalize, it's not running now. So if you forget to capitalize something, it will tell you, you know, you didn't capitalize, or error in line so-and-so. So again, that's just a pet I made, and I took a picture of it, and it works, and you're teaching beginning coding. And it sort of makes sense to me because you're importing from the hat. Okay, these are the coordinates to make it pink. These are the coordinates to make it green, white, yellow, and then the empty. Okay, and then what you're doing is you're coding here, empty, 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 pink. So it's knowing that you're going to pull this from there. Okay, and then it's going empty, empty, empty. So that's how the pet appears on the Sense Hat. And again, it's just beginning Python coding. So it's definitely a way to get started. I did this with my daughter because it does have a magnometer or a gyroscope on it. You can shake it. You can see the Sense Hat here in the video is attached. This is the code I ran. Let's see if this one opens up. There is a magic 8-ball right here on the actual Pi website. And again, I couldn't go, so I just tried to figure it out, and you know, went down into the space, and they started teaching me, and I sort of get it. And I probably met with them, you know, all of 3 times. I don't know where the lesson is at, but it is called Magic 8-Ball, and there's the code, and I ran it, and you can see my daughter's here playing it.
Okay, we programmed the Sense Hat with the program called Magic 8-Ball. It's the same concept as like you have the 8-ball and you're shaking it. And this is the code that I ran.
So right here, like, see, what I did was I wrote this in the terminal, or I cut and pasted this in the terminal, and I clicked save, or the text editor, and I clicked save. And this black area is the terminal. In order to get the program to run, I have to type in Python 3 8ball.py, because I saved this in the text editor as 8ball.py. So I'm just telling the Pi now to run that program.
And I'm gonna run it. So Olivia,
and you can see the text editor in the background.
So here it goes. You should see it come up on the Pi. Let's show the Pi in the video.
Am I gonna do all ninth grade?
Not yet.
Now it's saying ask a question, which is this part of the
code.
code.
The question.
Well, am I gonna do good in 8th grade?
Now shake it. What does it say?
Says
Point.
Two.
Yes.
Woo! But right here, if I wanted to change the code, I wanted to add different statements, I would just add more to this code. If I wanted to change the scroll speed, I can actually make it go to 0.09. So, you know, you can see what's happening here, and it's causing this over here. So students can actually play with the code and see what what happens. And again, to me, it sort of makes sense. This is the code, it's running that way. So it's definitely, there's 29 lines of code here, but that's the way to get started and trying to play with the code and seeing what the results are. And again, I am a non-coder. I know nothing. I absolutely know nothing walking in. And it is a little bit overwhelming, but it's sort of making sense to me. Can I sit down right now and write in my text editor like 15 lines of code? No, I'm not there yet. But, you know, the programs are online. You could plug them into your text editor and then you could run them on the Pi. And, you know, if I could see this even taking a couple weeks just to teach all of this and going step by step and using the lesson plans that they've provided at the Raspberry Pi Foundation. And I keep talking. Does anybody have any questions as I'm talking?
You're doing good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. This next one, again, is the same thing. It's called Marble Maze. And you can see it's listed right here as well. And what I did was, you know, what you'll need. And you just need the hat. That's what we have. And that's why I picked it. I'm like, okay, Sean, show me, let's do this one. And here we have the get started. And it shows you, you know, all the how to write the program. It gives you the beginning parts. Now, obviously, if I'm going to go into a STEM classroom and I'm going to teach this, you know, I'm probably going to go through all these particular steps and really learn the content. And you can see the student here is creating the maze itself. And then you can see the code coming in, you know, red, red. So that's forming the bottom line. Red, black, black, black. So you can see that's forming this line. Okay, you can see the code. The red has specific numbers. The black has specific numbers. You can see the parentheses, and you can see how the maze is being formed. The student is actually doing that, okay, typing that in. Here's the code again. We have a nice little emulator here that will show you what you're gonna see, okay? And you know, you can click run on this, and you can, this is sort of cool because you can move it around. And you know, you keep going through the lesson plan, and here at the bottom, okay, you can see, you can roll it. That's what the magnometer does. There's Denise at the bottom cheating. So I just took this, I cut and pasted it into my text editor. I saved it and then ran the code in the terminal. Again, it's teaching me getting coding. What happens if I make any changes to the R, the B, and so forth as a student? Okay, the pitch, all of that. Okay, so there's the code. And you can see here.
This hat, and hat means hardware attached on top. You can put different attachments onto the pins that are on the Pi itself. So when I run the code on this, it's like a little game that we have to play, and we have to get the marbles to the actual green area, the green dot. So we'll get started. Okay, I'm going to try to hold the camera and play at the same time. Okay, you can see how that, and when I'm moving this around, it's moving. Okay, and let's, woo! And then it says, you win. Okay, so that is the marble maze.
So, cool. And let's look at the code here. Let's say that we want to get the red off. We want to make the maze white. So why don't we put www, comma in there? And we're going to change the way it looks on the hat. Okay, so again, it's making those connections. To me, I can see where this is coming out to be this. It makes sense. So again, it's just seeing these relationships. And you may have students in your classroom already that can maybe write this whole entire code. I am not there yet, but I can see patterns and why this is producing this over here. And again, when you're the pitch, you're moving, you can see that where that's coming in at. So it's sort of making sense overall of why you're producing this maze and how this code is producing that. And the last one I did was stopping distances. Let's see if this one opens. Cool, it does. And in this lesson, you'll measure your reaction time and use it to investigate the effects of distractions on your driving. So again, you know, you go through all the objectives. Denise is still just learning at this. So I went into the terminal. All I did was type this in, sudo python 3 reactions _ times py. My sense hat is on top. and it's giving me the information that I need. It's already built into the hat, and that one looks like this.
So it's going to measure a reaction time of a car going 70 miles an hour. So I'm going to type in my name, Denise.
So what I did to start this one was right here, I typed in Python 3 space reaction underscore times dot py, because I took this text, it's actually in the actual Sense Hat itself, and it programmed it to run it in the terminal.
Enter. And then you're going to press the button on the Sense Hat when you're ready to start. You'll see a green light, and then it'll turn red. And wait for that light to come on, then I'm going to hit it. All right. And then it says that, according to the pi, that I would have traveled 14.16 meters if that was my reaction time. And then the next student comes up and adds their information in. So, and
then you could take that data and graph it, okay? So that's another way to use it. And again, these are beginning things that I'm learning with the Pi, and that's as far as I've gotten so far. But to me, I do see the potential. It's there. The $35 Raspberry Pi, the hat that goes on top of it is $30 as well, and the plugs that plug in. You could probably have a whole 8th grade STEM curriculum with using this Pi, teaching these kids Python. You do some fundraisers for maybe $850, and you could probably have a whole school year worth of content right here in teaching STEM, okay? Again, this is a process for me. I still plan on keeping on learning. If you're in this presentation and you'd like to follow me on Twitter, I'm Denise C. Wright. And I don't know if anyone else in the presentation is using the device. If there is a Pi Academy that comes closer to me, I definitely would love to attend it so I can learn more. Also, I forgot to show you this as well. I'm gonna shut the screen share off for me over here. Let's see if I can. Okay, can you see me now? Yeah, okay. This is actually a camera like that they showed me about how to attach to the Pi itself. So I was laughing. I was like, well, if I want to like put my own doggy cam on when I go to school to teach every day, I could like hook it up here because I keep the dogs in the back room. And I can actually go onto my Facebook Live page, have a private page, and like watch my dogs if I'm teaching in the school building during the school day to see what they're doing. Because people have actually made their own nanny cams with this, because it's just like this. Look, there actually is an attachment piece right on here that you could insert the camera. So again, it's definitely I'm at the starting point of learning Raspberry Pi. The coding sort of makes sense to me and what it can produce and how that code produces what you're seeing on the screen. I hope you're seeing some of those relationships too as well. And then I see students making changes to the code, and it's definitely the first steps in getting students on that path. If I go to teach this in the classroom, obviously I want to go through with them all the different vocabulary, like the E and the R, like that, where those LEDs lit up. That area is called a list. You make changes to the list. And I think that they have told me that Python is probably the place to start if you're going to teach kids coding, because it's very clean. And it's probably one of the easiest languages to learn. Now, the guys down at the space, they can write everything, JavaScript, CSS, the whole thing. And they are also into, pushing out education. And the space is associated with our Grand Strand Tech Society, which I'm also a part of. And it's a great community that we're trying to keep tech in our area. I hope I wasn't overwhelming with talking about all this stuff to you all, but I hope you're sort of saying, yeah, I see what she's saying. And hopefully, to me, if you really want to start bringing Raspberry Pi to your school and getting it involved, it's probably worth an investment, going out, having some fundraisers. You may have a parent willing to donate the pie itself. I put out my personal money to learn this because I just had real interest in coding. And again, I could not attend the Pie Academies. So how was I going to learn this? But I chose just to connect these people to learn more about it. So do you guys have any questions? Because I've been talking the entire time, but and hopefully some of it you could see make some connections for you.
This is I didn't realize was the easy one, and so for you to say that, I think that's great. Because I have several students who are interested in it. So thank you.
Yeah, definitely Raspberry Pi is the teaching tool to, I think, teach that first step in Python coding. So, so yeah, something really cool, and I could see definitely, students becoming interested in it and learning how to code from it for sure. Does anybody else have questions? No? Okay, it's like 25 till. I'm sort of, I know we go to 11, but I just wanted to definitely tell everybody about it and all the great things, and also thank SubProto for taking the time out to teach me, and I hope to have a continued relationship with them because their space is like totally all STEM, and they have 3D printers and laser cutters, and they're into making, and it's definitely a place for a lot of knowledge and a lot of education. So, and they've been a great help with all that. So, all right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, bye guys.
No. Be in the control room.
Hi guys, can anybody hear me?
Can't hear anybody.
Can't hear anybody. Oh no. Hang on, I'm gonna go get my headphones. I'll be right back. You take over, Winston. Morning.
I can't hear.
Morning. Can anybody hear me now? Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay. I'm gonna. My name is. I work. And I love sharing information with other people. And today I'm going to talk to you about how you can use Seesaw to connect teachers together and students together to share math tasks over the Global Math Task Twitter Challenge. And so I'm going to go ahead and hopefully share my screen. And if somebody will let me know that things are not working well, we'll get started on what it is. Okay, so it looks like there's a little bit of a delay. Hi, Peggy. How are you today? Okay, so if you're looking at my screen, you can have a copy of this digital download. It's a Google slide. It's an interactive slideshow that is hyperlinked. So all of the things that you see underlined here, you can click on and they will take you out to the links that are connected. And so I've kind of given you the opportunity to go to this Google shortening site and download a copy for yourself. And we're going to get ready to go. I'll have this link on all of the slides. So feel free, if somebody wants to put it in the comments, that would be great. And then people can see it as they are. And if you can't hear me, if somebody would just let me know, that would be great as well. So the first thing that we're going to look at is the goal for this presentation. And the goal is just to provide you ways for your students to share their thinking about math tasks using Seesaw for the Global Math Task Twitter Challenge. And really, truly, and honestly, if you're not participating in the Math Task Challenge, maybe just to use Seesaw and math tasks that you find on the Global Math Task Twitter Challenge to share those things with your students and have them participate in some deep thinking and sharing of their solutions and strategies. So what is the Global Math Task Twitter Challenge? This is something that my partner, this is Beverly Ladd, and myself got together about 3 or 4 years ago when I was teaching 2nd grade. And we wanted to connect our students to share learning and ideas. So we had a great year of connecting them over Twitter, and the kids would send out tasks to each other, and they would answer it via the Twitter challenges and sharing on social media their thinking. And so we decided to open this up and start the global math task and invite other teachers to participate, especially since I moved to 4th grade and she's in 2nd grade. And so our math skills and our math standards have changed just a little bit. Again, you can get a copy of this slideshow just by going to the Google shortening site. And again, if somebody wants to, okay, somebody said that the sharing is not working. So I'm going to do that right now. I thought I had changed that. I'm going to go ahead and okay, hang on. Why isn't it sharing? Sorry. Technical difficulties, I apologize. I thought I had. No. So the sharing should be there. You should be allowed to share. What am I doing wrong? If somebody has any ideas, that would be great. Anyone with a link in view. So everybody should be able to share. But you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'll put this link in the presentation, and then maybe you should be able to get that way. I'll change the Google share, and we'll see if it's not working, if you'll let me know. Let me change it to a different one and see if that helps out. Thanks for letting me know that it wasn't working. Technology is absolutely fabulous when it works for me. Okay, so how is that? Okay, you can see if you make a copy of it too, yes. And if you make a copy, Peggy, is it allowing you to be able to look at the slides on the copy? And if it's not, if somebody would let me know, that would be great as well. Okay, so this QR code that is on this slide, you can scan that QR code and that will take you off to the Global Math Task Twitter Challenge blog spot, and it has all the different links, the sign-up sheet, the spreadsheet, and gives you more information there as well. So what does the Global Math Task look like for teachers and students? It's basically classes that have signed up to be the task tweeters for a week, and they send out math tasks throughout the week for their grade level. So we have participants from kindergarten all the way up through 5th grade sharing out different tasks, and you'll be able to see their different task levels by the GMTTC4. That 4 indicates that it's put out by a 4th grade classroom, but you could definitely, if you're a 3rd grade teacher, have your 3rd grade students going in that are higher level and want to challenge themselves to answer those tasks. So this was one of the tasks from a 2nd grade classroom. They just took a picture of some coins and then added words to the task that ask students to give back feedback to them and share strategies on how they would solve to put those coins together and give a dollar amount. And again, I'm going to show you how I use Seesaw now to connect the students, and Seesaw gives them a safe sharing opportunity, and then I can tweet their links out as the teacher and get more connectivity. Some classes create videos. So this class had a video that they created in YouTube that was the actual task. So my students were able to click the link and then go in and watch the video. And then they also did a video that would give answers. If you're in the chat and you have your microphone on, could you mute it? We're hearing your movements. And if you want to mute your mic, that would be fabulous and would help us out a little bit. Unless you have a question, and then of course unmute and feel free. Oh, thanks Taylor for letting me know that it works now. I appreciate that. Another thing that I integrate with my classroom is green screen. So these students were a little bit higher level thinking students, and so they used the green screen and went in and did a video to explain their thinking. You could just use your whiteboards and take pictures of your whiteboards, or the students take pictures. Again, I'm going to show you how they do that with Seesaw, and they take pictures and then they add them to their Seesaw Learning Journal and you share them. Or if you're somebody who uses an interactive journal in your math class, you could definitely print out that task and then have the students solve it and take pictures and solve that back on Twitter. My personal district blocks Twitter from students, and so it's just the teacher that is sharing. So that's why Seesaw has become so important and so relevant for my kids to be able to share their thinking with me, and then I can share it on our classroom Twitter, and I'll show you how that's done in just a minute. I did write an iBook using iBook Author this year that gives a lot of information. It's an interactive iBook that you can download for free off the iBook store. If this link, you're unable to get to the book from this link, if you just search for the author name Heidi Samuelson, it'll come up with this free book, and it'll give you some of the information and the background behind Global Math Task and how you can get involved. And it was just another way of Beverly and I being able to share with you our passion about connecting students. So Seesaw, if you are not using Seesaw, I want to encourage you to do more research on it and ask questions, connect with me. I'll be happy to share my way of using Seesaw and how Seesaw has basically changed the way I connect with students as well as parents in my classroom. It is one of the most fabulous free apps out there. And this little QR code right here is also a link. If you would like to try all the bells and whistles of Seesaw, you can click on that link and sign up for free and get an extra month of their what we call Seesaw Plus. But I use just the Seesaw free app, and I am so very happy with it. And there are so many new updates this season that the connectivity with the families is just going to be fabulous. So what is Seesaw if you're not familiar with it? Seesaw is an online journal that the students can share their learning with each other and with their families through pictures, through video, through text, through documents, through links. And parents are able to see what students are doing in the class and have a better understanding of what's going on in the classroom each day. So again, students have 6 different ways that they can upload to Seesaw, which is really fabulous now for the math task because they can video their thinking and their strategy process, and then I can share that link to that video with Twitter and the Global Math Task Challenge, and the students are able to have a more visual idea of what people are thinking. Seesaw allows students to draw, so they could take a picture of what they've done to solve the task and then use this drawing tool and record while they're drawing to explain their thinking. And again, this is that special thing for me is where I can use Seesaw to share with people and classrooms and others on Twitter, on Instagram. As long as I have this link, they can get in to see what the student has done, but not necessarily see the rest, like they're only seeing that one item that the student is sharing. So how can Seesaw be used to share the learning with the Global Math Task Twitter Challenge? This QR code right here will take you to a Seesaw class that I have opened up just for using during this professional development with EdCamp Global. If you are on a computer, or not a computer, if you're on a device, you can scan that QR code using the Seesaw Class app, if you already have that, and that will get you right into the classroom. If you are on a computer, I can share with you a computer code if you would like to use the computer code to get in and just kind of play around with the class if you're not familiar with the class. And again, if you're joined into the if you're joined into this session, if you wouldn't mind muting your mic if you're moving around so that we're not hearing all of the movement, that would be fabulous. And then again, unmute it if you have questions and chime in with those questions. That would be great as well. Thank you so much. All right, to share this, if you're interested in joining this class and kind of seeing what this class looks like, I'm going to put the code that you can get on with the computer on it right below it. I don't open the code up right off the bat because it's a code that only lasts for, well, now it lasts for 60 minutes. It used to only last for 15 minutes, but they have updated this wonderful app, and it is just so useful now. So if you go to Seesaw, let me see, it's app.seesaw.me. And if you type in, like you want to join, you're a student, and you type in that code, then you will join the classroom, which is the EdCamp Global 2017 classroom. And you'll be able to kind of look through and kind of see some of the things that have been uploaded to Seesaw. And if you want to upload something, you certainly can do that as well if you're familiar with Seesaw and you'd like to do that. Again, the code is RCGEXA for those people that would like to join in to the Seesaw classroom and kind of see what it looks like and maybe play around with some of the things that are going on. RCGEXA. And if somebody wants to, I might be able to put that into the comments right now so that people can see. No, apparently not. So. Okay, never mind. If somebody wants to put that code into the comments for me, that would be great. It's not letting me put it in. So app smashing with Seesaw is something that I've also added into this program, or this slideshow, so that you can kind of get an idea of other ways to app smash. Anything that you can create on an app and save as a JPEG or a video or in a PDF format or a link, you can share to Seesaw. So for instance, Mrs. Jett's class is a second grade class, and her students went in and created this little math emoji challenge for math tasks, and were able to take a picture of this and then post it onto Twitter. And I'll show you how you can take a picture of this just by using your screenshot, and I'll show you how to add that into the Seesaw class for your students to solve, and then how you would share that out on Twitter. Another app smashing is how this teacher, this is Mrs. Jett again, the second grade classroom, how they took a picture of their classroom hamster and then added words right on top of it. And I'll talk a little bit about how you can do that in Seesaw with your class, and how they can take pictures and how they can add things onto those pictures. And this one took just words and then added pictures into it. And this is actually a PowerPoint, or if you're on a Mac, it's a Keynote that they created in Keynote, saved it as a JPEG, and then added it onto Twitter. And I just took a picture of it, added it into Seesaw, and my students were able to use that. And then this is just actually just making a note with Google Docs, or if you're on a Mac, it would be like Pages, or you could also use Microsoft Word and add that into Seesaw. And again, there's just so many different ways to share the math tasks. Collage is another app. If you're not familiar with Collage, that's another app that my students use on their iPads, creating these tasks, and then they can save them as pictures, and those pictures then can go on to their Seesaw, and then I can share those with students on Twitter. And thanks Z and Taylor for sharing that Seesaw class code if you're on a computer and you wanted to check out the Seesaw. So I'm going to exit out of this and actually head into the Seesaw classroom. So this is what the Seesaw classroom looks like as a teacher. So in a teacher's point of view, this is the new version of Seesaw, and everything is available on this one section. And so you can see that I just kind of made a real quick set of teachers here if you wanted to add items or look at things. But this is the real important thing that I do on Seesaw, is I always create a Winston folder, and you can put that Winston folder at the top by .Winston. And Winston is just my dog, who really helps me out a lot when I'm adding tasks or whatnot. The students know in my classroom that they want to go to Winston's folder. And when you click on Winston's folder, you can see he's the one that is sharing out all of the tasks. So he's the one, instead of sharing a task with everyone, Winston shares the task, and when they know it's time, my students know it's time to go in and find a task, they can go to Winston's folder and they can look to see which task they would like to solve. Another cool thing that you can kind of see right here is that there are 3 different folders that I've added. And if you're not familiar with Seesaw, there are tons and tons of PD online, short, quick versions of online videos to kind of show you how to get all this set up. And I would be happy to help you if you want to email or connect with me on Instagram or Facebook. I'm happy to help you as well. But I'm kind of coming from a point of you might know how to do this already, and so I'm just giving you some suggestions on how to use Seesaw with GMTTC to share those tasks out. So the 3 folders that I make sure that I have in my Seesaw class are tutorials, where I make sure that, well, obviously I haven't added a tutorial at this time. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in Winston's, my bad. Let me get into the class journals. The tutorials where I add videos to show students if they've forgotten how to add something or if they've forgotten how to edit and copy, they can go in and watch these tutorials. So they know to click on the journal or the folders, and they know to go to tutorials and watch those. They can also click on a folder and go to the tasks, and then they can see all of the tasks that have been added. And you can kind of a little hack right here is you can change when something shows up in a feed by editing the date. So if I wanted to edit that date to the 28th, on the regular feed, let me see if I can just refresh that. It should take that now to be the first thing. That was kind of silly. I probably wanted to. Anyhow, I'm doing my dates the wrong way. If I edit it and put it on an earlier date, it'll come out on the top. Sorry. It is a teacher brain day. We've been back at school all week long, and so I'm just trying to get my brain back into order. I apologize. So again, I add my tasks into Winston for the students to look at. This was a task that was on Twitter. And so what I would do if I was going to add this into the Seesaw class is I would go onto Twitter, and up at the top, I would just search for the GMTTC hashtag for my classroom. So you can see this is where I've gotten Ms. Jetta's class. Ms. Ladd has hers, Ms. May has hers. So you can kind of search through and see what kind of a task you want to add or what you want your students to solve. And so on Twitter, I can just keep searching until I find a task that I like. And then I can click on that task, which brings it up larger. And then I can use my screenshot and screenshot that task. And I always want to make sure that I keep the name of the class that's tweeting it out, so that when I respond to that classroom, I have an idea of who I'm responding to and I can find that. So once I have that screenshot, I can click on the plus sign and I'm going to post it to the student journal. And it's already on my computer because Seesaw now has all these wonderful places that you can find your things from. And on my desktop, it was the first screenshot, and I can open that and add a caption to it. And so I can just ask them, how would you solve this task? Oops. See, teacher brain, sorry. And show your thinking and post to your journal. Okay, so I'm going to add this in, instead of adding it to everybody, which is going to clog up their feed, I'm just going to add it to Winston's journal, and then I'm going to put it in the folder of the tasks. And so now Winston, or not Winston, students can go in and they can search for the new task of the week or the day, or even if you have different classes, the task for the class. And then how they would solve it is they click on these three little dots and they're going to copy and edit. And when they copy and edit, they now have the ability to add labels, they can draw, they can record their voice, they can add just words to the bottom. So if we were to add labels to this, the labels can be added, and you can see that these people have already solved this. I would never add a task that's already been solved. I apologize, but again, teacher brain, it's one of those days. I'm sorry. So they've got, they can add their numbers and they can just keep adding to the task. They can click on labels and those labels can be moved around. And you can see that they can change the style of that label. So they have some pre-made styles that they can change, or they can come up and customize their style and change their font and change their color. And then once they have all of their information in there, they can click on that. And let's just say that this is the elementary teachers. And then they're going to put it into the folder that is, oh, it came back into the folder of GMTT's tasks. They should be putting it into the folder for, let's see if I edit the folder. It should go into the folder for solutions. And it might be because I'm a teacher and it's being wacko. So now as a teacher, I can go in. The students don't have this opportunity, but as a teacher, I can go in and I can share this item. And that's where this little link allows me to go on to Twitter. And again, I'm going to make sure that I know that this is Mrs. Macau's group, or I'm sorry, Mrs. Adams. And so I'm going to tweet this back out by simply adding in the link. And if I wanted to, I could take a quick snapshot of that and the way that that student had answered it. And on my link, I can upload that screenshot as a way. And again, you always want to tag the teacher. And I'm just going to go ahead and put my kids in here right now. Tag the teacher that shared the task so that they can see your answers and talk back with you. I hope this makes sense. I hope I'm not being like really confusing, because I apologize. Summer teacher brain. So now you can see on our homepage of my classroom's Twitter account that they've got this response back, and they're tagging the person that has shared it, and then they can get a little conversation going. But again, my district only allows teachers to tweet out things. The students are blocked. So if you kind of take a look at some of the different folders in here, you can kind of see how this person or this child, and this is an actual sharing from one of my students from this summer. I have a summer Seesaw class. So you can see how this student has shared the answers, and they kind of just wrote right on this image that I shared with them, and you can see how they put it in the solution folder. So if I were to share out this solution, I would click on those three dots, click on share item, and then I would click to copy that link. And then on our Twitter account, I would tweet it. And when you're tweeting, the link, sometimes it'll go ahead and come up with the picture. It's a safe share. It also, if it doesn't come up with the picture, now earlier today it was coming up with the picture, but now we're not going to come up with the picture. Okay, so it's a safe share. So if somebody clicks on that link, they're not going to get that student's name. They're not going to get that student's information. They're not going to see that student unless they're sharing a video, but they will be able to see all the things that that student is thinking and be able to comment on that Twitter link, share by just clicking on the comment and replying down here. And that's how you get that connection going, and the kids are able to talk back and forth. I'm sorry, I'm just deleting these from my account because my parents that are connected are going to go, what is going on with her Twitter account today? So again, you can see that the kids are just making a copy, and they're just using that draw tool to draw right on top of it. Sometimes they'll add a label, and the difference between, you know, that's a really great little caveat is to talk to the kids about the difference between a caption and a label, and how the label is put right on top of their picture, and how the caption kind of is something that goes below their picture. And you can kind of see the different ways. If you're in the class, you can kind of see the different ways that this person added the labels and typed it in. This person added background to it. You can see like how they've changed the labels just to make it more creative. So just different tasks and different ways that you can do that. So if my students were going to create a task, which I do have them create a task when it's our week to share, they're going to click on the plus button and post to a student journal. And then they can click on a photo, they can click on a file, they can click on a note. So if they're just going to create the task by talking, and they're just going to say, you know, like Winston has 4 bones. He eats 3. How many bones are left? That's their task that they want to share with me. They just want to use words. They click on the check mark, and then they add it to their folder. When they click on that check mark again, they're going to click back on, you know, like perhaps I'll have a folder in here that's called GMTTC tasks to share. And then that way I can go into that folder, and as a teacher, I can see their task, and I can help them edit it, or change wording, or add more information, or do whatever I need to do. If I like the way it is, I can click on those 3 buttons, and I can click share that item and grab the link to share that item. And then I can head over to our Twitter account, and I can tweet that out. And again, sometimes it gives a picture. I'm not sure why it's not. Earlier this morning it was showing up with the pictures, and now the pictures aren't showing up, so I apologize. Maybe my computer has teacher brain too. But if they click on that link, they will definitely be able to see what's going on. So again, if you have any questions, if you want to let me know, please chime in, and I'm happy to answer your questions. If a student wants to add a picture, So there, oh, I don't want to take a photo. Well, I could take a photo because it's just that kind of a day. They can then take that photo and they can add a caption to it. They can add labels to it. You know, Mrs. Samuelson is preparing for a workshop. She needs 36 papers. She's copied already. How many more paper? Oops. So that would be something. How many more papers does she need to copy? And then, so I can, again, with this labeling, I can go in and change the style of it. I can customize it, and I can change the color of my words to make my words a different color. I can change the different font. I can change the background, so I can give it a background, or I don't have to have a background. I can change the transparency of that background. And then I can continue to add labels, or I can add the pencil, and I can change the different things that are on the pencil, like you have your colors over here, and I can add pencil pieces into my drawing. And then when I'm ready to share it, I'm going to add it into my my personal learning journal, and then I'm going to say this is one of the tasks that I would like to share. And so then as the teacher, I can kind of take a look at that task, and I can decide, yes, I want to go ahead and share that. No, I don't want to go ahead and share that. Or I can call that student up and say, okay, tell me more about this, tell me more about that, and add that in there. Peggy wants to know, how long does it take to teach my students all of the procedures for using Seesaw? Generally, it is such an intuitive program. They are faster at learning about it than I am, to be very honest with you, Peggy. And so generally within a week, I have some what I call experts or tech helpers, and they know what they're doing. They've used it in the past, or they're familiar with it just from our different little sessions, and they become my helpers that are helping other students as they're working on this as well. And so I would say generally a week to 2 weeks, depending upon how often you have devices and how often you use it with your students in the classroom. That's a great question, though. So again, to share this, I'm not going to copy and edit. Silly me, again, sorry. To share it, I'm just going to click on that and share that item and get that link. Another thing that I have found is really useful. I'm going to switch over to my summer classroom really quick. And these are not their names. These are just made-up names that we made up for the classroom. But you can kind of see how they will answer things. They might answer it on the actual page. They might put a comment down below. They might actually, this is a child who actually took my picture and then added the answer into the picture. So you can make it as creative or uncreative as you want to make it. You can definitely use Seesaw to add in all of this. The one thing that you do want to do, though, is whenever you're sharing something on Twitter, you want to make sure that you are including that hashtag for, whoops, sorry, wrong one again. You want to make sure that you're including the hashtag for the GMTTC level. So if this is a 4th grade level or a 3rd grade level or a 2nd grade level, so that when you tweet that out, teachers that are searching up here for that hashtag to find tasks that they can have their students solve can actually go in, and then they can see what is being tweeted out. So if I search for GMTTC4, they can see the different tasks that have been tweeted out, and they can find out what's going on. Are there any questions that I can ask or answer? Sorry. One-to-one Chromebooks could have access to 5-ish pads from another classroom. I know there's a Chrome extension. Has any used? Chromebooks works with Seesaw. It's not an app, it's a web-based. So you could definitely use Seesaw with Chrome. You're just going into that app.seesaw.me, and they're using the web. A lot of I only have 5 iPads in my classroom that I use with the students, and I share those 5 iPads with 4 other teachers. And so you can kind of, I mean, like, I only have 5 iPads once a week. So the big thing that we use in my classroom is Mac laptops, and so they are learning how to do all of this online. They like the iPads better because the app on the iPad is so much more user-friendly, in my opinion, especially for younger students. Yes, can I share the Google Doc? Yes, the Google Doc. Peggy, do you need me to share like this code right here? There's something in the chat. Try using the Google shortener followed with a slash. Yeah, the Google, here's the Google Doc if you wanted a copy of the Google Doc to get to this. And I'll go ahead and I don't know if I can get to I don't get to see I'm so new at this. I apologize, y'all. I'm learning how to do this. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Yes. Hello? So if you're answering a phone call right now, you might want to mute your audio, just so we don't hear all your wonderful things. Hi, Jesus. Thanks, Peggy, for sharing that out. So the Google slideshow has some more different apps that I use with the students when we're creating different things, and we do have those iPads. And so hold on. We have. Let me try that in a minute. Okay, I think I got it. I'm not really sure. Okay, I didn't want to interrupt her conversation, so I think I was able to do that, but I'm not really positive. Can y'all still hear me? Thanks, Peggy. Thanks, Peggy. Yes, once you make a copy of this, you certainly can have access to all the slides. And I'll go ahead and post this on my Twitter as well as on my Instagram. And if you follow me on Twitter and Instagram, I'll make sure that you also get a copy of these slides. And I was going to go all the way down and kind of show you some of the other things that I do with Google, or with the with my students. If you have access to iPads, like Pic Collage is fabulous to use with iPads. Prisma is a new one that my students like. They'll take a picture and then they can change it into different colors and different artists' backgrounds, and then they can add those into their Seesaw. And then, so like, for instance, if this is a shell that my son drew, you change it into a different Prisma background and then add that into their Seesaw and use that labeling tool to add a math task to it. Here's my wonderful little Winston, add it into Prisma. You can do black and white, you can do color, and then add a math task on top of that in Seesaw. So you can see another thing that the kids like to do is that mematic, where they take their picture and then they add this, and then they could definitely down here they could do a quote, or they could do their math task and then save that as a picture and add that picture into Seesaw, and then I can grab that link and share it on Twitter. Another thing that I had started using with the students is Adobe Sparks. And Adobe Sparks Video is such an intuitive app that the students can just really quickly just get on to, sorry, let me just close that down. Okay, there we are. So they can really quick get onto the video, add pictures, add their thinking, and share that video with Seesaw. And they can add words. Oh, if you are not following Cami Butterfield, I highly recommend that you follow her. She is like one of the most sharing teachers that I know. She teaches 3rd grade in Baxterfield, Kansas, and her pic collage this summer has been absolutely fabulous. She's got a wonderful thing going on with that. So another thing that you can do with Adobe Sparks is create pages where the kids can actually go in and create a web page with the information that they want to share. I apologize, y'all. Like, I don't know if I can turn that off or not. I think it's just going to keep coming on. And they will be mortified to know that they're coming on. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, so I think I have it turned off, but who knows. This is teacher brain all the way. I so apologize. This is, if you click on this link in the Google Docs, it'll take you to a really quick video that I made with Bev and I using the Video Sparks. So it's a web-based as well. So if you have those Chromebooks, you can definitely use Chromebooks with Adobe Sparks. And you can do the posting, the pages, and the videos. And it's, again, it's a very intuitive program. And the students have a lot of, my students know more than I do sometimes about these apps. They learn. Bunsey for Education is another great app that you can use, and there's also a website. So if you have those Chromebooks or laptops or desktops, they can use that, and they can create their math tasks using the pre-backgrounds. So there's like backgrounds, and then you can add links, and you can add pictures, and you can add your text, and then you can save those as pictures and add those into Seesaw to share. So again, this slideshow that I'm sharing with you has all these links, and it's a hyperdoc. So if you just click on the hyperlinks, it'll take you right there. Thanks, Peggy, for sharing Cami's information in the live chat. Let's see, Educreations is a whiteboard app, and again, it's not just an app, you can also use the website, and these are hyperlinked, so if you click on those, it'll take you out to that website, and students can use those to not only just add their text, but they can also take a screenshot of whatever they're using or their desktop. I use whiteboards, take a screenshot, and then draw on top of that and add voice to give their information. And again, you could also do that in Seesaw just as easily. Doodle Buddy is only an iPad app, but there are tons and tons of things that the students can do with the Doodle Buddy. They love adding the stamps inside the Doodle Buddy and then creating a task that goes along with that. And again, they'll save it as a picture, share it on their Seesaw Learning Journal, and use that label and add text to the label or the caption and add their tasks below. So QR codes are another things that you can create and share with tasks. ThingLink is a wonderful thing. So I'm running out of time, but if you want to take time to kind of go through the slideshow and click on the links, and if you have questions, please feel free to email me or tweet me your questions or Instagram the questions to me. I do Instagram Live and I do Instagram stories. So I'm happy to connect with you. If you're not familiar with Pic Collage is only an app at this time, but fabulous way of having the kids add pictures, add words, add drawing now, and taking that and then adding them into all of the different ways that you can add it into Seesaw and sharing that out on Twitter. So here's a way that we used Pic Collage, we used ThingLink, and then we connected it all together and shared it out on Twitter. You can take a screenshot of different pages and you can add those on to Pic Collage and write on those, and then you can, I mean, there's just so many things that you can do. If you have any questions or if there's anything that I can do to help you, please feel free to get in contact with me. I'm happy to share with you. I'm happy to answer your questions. I know I was going really fast and I totally apologize for my teacher brain today, but if you have any questions that I can answer, you know, if you want to put them in the chat, I do have another computer set up here that I am looking at the chat. I'll be happy to do that. If you want to keep exploring the Seesaw class and kind of see what's going on with the Seesaw. We are gearing up for next week as our teacher back to school, and we are looking forward to getting together with the teachers at our school and talking more about what can you do with Seesaw, how can you use Seesaw to share the learning. But please connect with us. Check out our blog. We also have a Facebook. We have Twitter at Global Math Task. And we would love to connect with you and help you get connected with other teachers to share out tasks and strategies and help these students that we are reaching and looking for and wanting to challenge to share their solutions. Thanks, y'all. I appreciate everything that you are doing. Have a fabulous, fabulous, fabulous school year. I look forward to connecting with you all and just sharing some of the learning that's going on in our classrooms. And again, if you have any questions, please feel free to get in contact with me, or you know, like through Twitter, through Instagram. I do have a Snapchat channel. Beverly's also available. We're going to be doing a Twitter chat tonight on Twitter. I'm going to keep, Peggy, I'm going to keep the Seesaw group open through the rest of this weekend. So you can definitely play with the Seesaw as much as you want. And I have it right now. You have on autonomy as the teacher in Seesaw with this little toolbar. You can go in and you can change whether or not you want your students to like things or not like things, comment on things. I have on here that comments require approval, which is what I do with my students, definitely. But for the purpose of this little class, I'm just going to take that off so you guys can comment on things. You can also manage whether new items require approval, and if I'm in the classroom, I definitely have that toggled on because I don't want students adding things to their journal without my approval. I want to make sure, because parents are connected to their Seesaw, and I want to make sure that they are, you know, adding appropriate things. And then also, if you toggle off this item editing, they're not going to be able to get those 3 dots, and they're not going to be able to edit or modify anything. So I don't have family access added on here, or the blog. There's so much on Seesaw. I so encourage you to please, please, please check out Seesaw. And I can even, I think I can drop the link to this slideshow into that Seesaw class, and you should be able to get a copy of that link from here as well if the link wasn't working for you. Look, it says it's adding a no, I don't want to add the whole file. I just want to share the link. So there's the link, and I'll go ahead and add that to everyone so everyone would have access to that. And again, you don't have to add things to folders. You definitely can, but you don't have to. You, Peggy, you as a student in the group cannot, but if you have your own Seesaw class, those are things that you as a teacher will have this toolbar. As a student, you probably don't have that little toolbar up there, so you won't be able to change anything there. But as a teacher, you definitely want to take a look at some of the settings that you can do. And Seesaw has changed up. They've added where you can add a grade level now. They've added where you can edit your name. I mean, Seesaw is so changed up their goals and their game this year. 5.0 is just fabulous, and I very much encourage you to take a look at Seesaw and see all of the wonderful things that you definitely can get into with Seesaw now. So thanks so much, everybody, for coming out and putting up with all of my technology wonderful things. And if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm happy to answer them. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sign off. And I'm going to say thanks so much for joining me. And have a fabulous, fabulous, fabulous day. Enjoy.